Hello? Fine, don't give me any points. Hello. Yes, today I am playing Willy Morgan Castle, which is a third-person adventure game set in a fantasy pirate-themed world with a modern touch, combining the traditional point-and-click genre gameplay with unique cartoon 3D graphics. Willy Morgan has a dreamy atmosphere, the humour and the freedom to explore typically of timeless classics such as Monkey Island. 10 years have passed since the mysterious disappearance of Willy's father, the famous archaeologist Henry Morgan. One day the postman delivers him a strange letter. If you receive this letter, it means that something went wrong, and it's up to you to finish what I started. Go as fast as you can to Bone Town, Room 9, but don't trust anyone. So this was released on the 31st of March, developed by Imaginary Lab, published by Leonardo Interactive. Thank you very much to ID at Xbox for the code for streaming this game. It's a point-and-click adventure, estimated 1 to 2 hour completion, so that's going to be interesting. I'm sure it'll take me longer. Currently available for the price of £16.74 or $19.99. There are 35 achievements, of which most of those are viable targets for my 2 random to-do list ones. Basically anything between 1.08 and 1.26, which I think is pretty much every single thing. The only thing is that this is not tagged, so when I complete the story I ain't gonna get credit for it, which annoys me, but hey. Hi Nikki. Yeah, I think it's basically everything but everything but obtain all the achievements is a viable achievement, something like that. Oh, and possibly like the very first ones. Yeah, the very first ones aren't valid because they're too low a ratio. So yeah, we are pirating today. Sorry, I'm just making sure I've got everything sorted. Your late uncle's name was what? Willy Morgan? It's a coincidence. Subtitles, yes, let's have some text background. Those are good volumes. Let's see what help says. A, X, Y, B, menu. Okay. New game. Okay, this looks gorgeous. Oh, hey, Jesse! Thank you for the raid. Come on in, raiders, and hi, Dan! How are y'all doing? Willy Morgan, the titular character of this game. And yes, I said titular. I like that. There's an airplane. This is a pretty game. So it's a pirate fantasy theme set in the modern world, I think is basically what I got from that point-and-click adventure. I'm guessing
my research is finished at last.
This is Willy.
Tomorrow I'll submit it to the professor. It will be a big day. Tomorrow is the anniversary of Dad's disappearance, too. It's already been 10 years. Henry Morgan, the famous archaeologist, vanished under mysterious circumstances. This was the most recurring headline in the newspapers. I'm sorry, Dad. I tried really hard to understand where your final research took you. A hello to Mom, and then to sleep. Unfortunately, she can't be here tomorrow.
Her latest expedition in the Amazon is taking longer than expected. Let's hope she receives my email.
Good night, Mom.
Okay. Several hours later. I used to pay for my new.
Coming! This postman believes that everything he delivers is urgent. One can never even get a few hours rest. It's only 2 p.m. The day has only just started.
I mean, fair. I want to explore this house.
Let's see. Bills. A letter for me? Nobody writes to me, usually. It's dated July 25th,
It's all
2008.
interesting angles.
The same day my father disappeared. Dear Willy, it's Dad. If you received this letter, it means that my mission didn't go according to plan. I can't linger or I would put your mother and you in danger. You must go to the old inn in Bonetown as soon as possible. Room 09, but never trust anyone. Everything begins there in the warmth of a friendly place. Love, Dad.
Oh, that's a clue. Warmth of a friendly place.
It certainly isn't a prank. The style and handwriting are my father's.
He's the titular Willy, indeed.
I've looked for clues to his disappearance for 10 years.
10
And I even
years.
got a
Alright,
letter
so it's
from him.
2018.
I must leave for Bonetown immediately.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
have
been
to
10
manage
years,
somehow,
mate.
because Mom is still traveling. But Bonetown isn't far. With a little money and a bike, I can get there in a few hours. I saw
Okay.
the bike around the house. There's even some money around here somewhere. Off we go.
Excellent. I was going to say we waited 10
Perfect.
years.
I already found the bike. Or rather, what's left of it. To leave, I'll need all the other parts too.
So I
Hi, I'm Willy. Would you like to take a short tutorial to learn how to
I
handle
want to
things in my
explore
world?
your house. Yes, we'll do the tutorial.
Good. Let's do a quick overview of how to play.
Let's start with the basics. By
It's-
holding down
it's
the B
Bone
button, you can highlight
Town,
the objects
2
with
words.
which you can interact. Try to see what happens. Great. As you can see, the hotspots are marked with an icon like this one. You can speed up the dialogue by pressing the A button. If you want to pick up an item, use it, or talk to someone. You
Okay.
can do so by pressing the A button. Now,
Okay.
good. Now let's focus on the inventory. You can open or close it by pressing the Y button. Give it a try.
One step at a time.
Okay, fine.
Perfect. We have completed the tutorial. Here's a last bit of useful information. You can open the pause menu by pressing the menu button. Finally, by double pressing the A button on the directional arrows, you can immediately move from one place to another.
If you are uncertain of what to do, you can access the help section included in the pause menu. Let's start.
Okay.
Very good. You can examine an item both in inventory and in your surroundings by pressing the X button.
Reopen the inventory and examine the item you just collected.
Okay. Resume. Go away, menu.
Collecting everything found lying about is a real fixation.
I broke the game. I have the menu stuck up. Ah, no, I don't. I just kind of forgot that. There we go. Use the D-pad for that. Ew. Come on, guys. Let's not be gross. Okay, so we've got the frame. We need 2 wheels, 2 pedals, a cog, a chain. Nope, 2 more cogs, a seat, a bell, and the handlebars. Okay. Okay.
Collecting everything found lying about is a real fixation. I need a ladder to get to it.
Okay.
Its contents could come in handy. Its contents...
Okay. I don't have, like,
Et voila! It's a memento. Best leave it here. It won't come off. It looks like it's bolted on. It's a photo of my cousins, Nate and Sammy Morgan. I haven't heard from them in years, but we were always close. A perfectly ordinary table lamp. Switched
Ooh,
on.
I got a bloop. Okay, family memories.
My trusty old piggy bank. My mother gave it to me as a present. According to her, it's the best way to learn home economics. Or, in other words, learn to save. And judging by the sound the piggy bank makes, I got pretty good at it.
But yes, hello everybody! It's Thursday,
It's a tribute
though
to
it
my
feels like
favorite
both
band
Wednesday,
by the
Thursday
artist
and
Glenn
Friday.
Fernandez Sardi. The wardrobe door.
Okay. So, we examined the poster, and we examined the painting, and we got bloops. I want that, because it says key.
No way. If we start by taking a key at the beginning of the adventure, what will happen next? I wonder
But-
what this key opens.
Well, we'll never know because you won't let me pick it up!
The artist wanted to express the concept of the Ubermensch tied down by the instability of human life. All I see is a comfortable armchair in front of a landscape. Maybe this explains why I'm not an artist. The
It's a
painting
weird
is really beautiful, but so is
Fisheye lens effect to this house.
My mother took almost everything with her for this journey. The lamp is on. When my mother's busy with research, everything else comes second. I better not turn it off. Mom must have had her reasons for leaving it like this. At least I think so. I don't need a map to get to Bonetown. I already know where it is. This is the map that led my mother to the discovery of her first sunken shipwreck. I've decided to keep this souvenir as a good luck charm. She's been looking for new treasures ever since. A little like my father, before his disappearance. They were
But anyway,
always
how's
soulmates.
everyone's week been?
Since my father left, Mom has devoted herself entirely to me and her work. Then I grew up. I don't need a map to get to Bonetown. I already know where it is. Moreover, this isn't a map of our state. It could contain something important that would be of use to me. It's my mother's alarm clock. Ever since she gave it to me to repair, though, it stopped working altogether. They were all written by Elizabeth Reed, my mother. To me, it's a sort of logbook of her travels over the last 10 years. After touring the world, she decided to partly reveal the origin of her discoveries. I'm in many of them,
Kinda cool.
before becoming mature enough to look after our home and carry out my own research.
How old do we
I've
reckon he
already
is?
read them all.
16, 18, 15? These are weird cactuses.
Strange object. Let's see what happens when I pull one of the branches. I thought so. Ingenious.
So,
Typical of my mother. I bet she designed it. Look at the nice ring inside it. A ring. At first glance, it looks antique. I guess my mother didn't take it with her for fear of losing it. It looks ancient, and there's also an engraving inside. Difficult to make out. S.C. Arvis Mag A. I think I know what it is. I'll put it in the bag. It might come in handy. Admire my physical prowess.
oh, we got an achievement for it.
I see all that working out has yielded results. I will leave it here as a warning to future generations. My ancestors were great navigators.
According to family legend, our lineage descends from no less than the famous pirate Henry Morgan. But this is another story.
Okie dokes. Right. Just scanning achievements. Okay. I really want to play with the books under the bed.
One of the most precious books in my collection. I can't
The
tell you how
inventory
many
was in the
times I've
way.
read it.
Several Uncharted references already? Interesting. I have not played, so do you want to enlighten?
Too many drawers. I don't have enough clothes to fill them all. Empty. I could fill it up with the stuff inside the boxes around the corner in the corridor. They will come in handy. I'll take them with me.
I found the pedals.
Here they are.
Wait, there's a compass. Sorry, I
Giotto
realized
always
there
had
was...
one too, or so they say.
Cool.
Wow! Now in your inventory you have items that you can combine. Doing so is very simple. Open the inventory, select an item with the A button, then select a second item. If successful, wait a few moments and you'll see these items combine and a brand new one will appear. This will certainly be very useful. Try to combine the item you just found with another item you already have in your inventory.
The lead is missing. And it came to pass that my criminal career began. Now I feel just like Lupin.
We have a lockpicking tool.
Excellent. Another part recovered.
Still annoyed it won't let me
It's essential to remember the title and the author's name. It's Furniture in the Valley by Giorgio de Chirico.
Yeah, leave stuff burning. That seems like a great idea.
I prefer to leave it here. Otherwise, I won't be able to monitor the phases of my puberty.
Willy's brothers are Nate and Sammy. Oh, interesting.
I confirm my morning impression. I'm particularly handsome today. And even the pimples I had yesterday have vanished, making room for other smaller ones.
Excellent. Thanks, Leaky.
I ran out of it this morning. I meant to go shopping, but my plans fell through. Liquid soap, the modern hygienic solution. If somebody threw something in there, it means it wasn't meant to come out again.
But
I
I
love
always
research.
want to look in the
Lots of
rubbish
research.
bin for some reason. Yes, left
I need
water in the
something
tub.
to get the plug out. I don't want to get wet. I was ready for a nice, relaxing bath. Best to postpone it.
I
There
really
isn't
think
a drop left. I used it all for the bath I was planning
you
to
should,
take.
like, not have things
Body care
burning.
beauty products, and the results can be seen. Let's take it. One never knows what might come next. There's a lot of stuff in here, but it's no use to me.
What are you on about?
It's a work by Vladimir Kush, Departure of the Winged Ship. I don't think it would be useful to me. It's a work by Vladimir Kush, Departure of the... It's always good to have one for a pleasant bike ride.
What happened to his bike that it's in so many pieces?
I feel more at ease taking it with me. If only there was a rubber chicken, but these could come in handy too.
That's a Monkey Island reference.
It's my toolbox.
I
Too
can
many
do
things.
references too.
I couldn't take them all with me. We had moved recently, and after my father's disappearance, everything was left as it was. I promise when I get back,
Things
I'll
and
sort everything
stuffs.
in alphabetical or chronological order. Just as I glimpse maps and various memorabilia, but I don't believe they'll take me to Bone Town. I promise when I get back, I'll sort everything in alphabetical or chronological order, just as I've been doing for the last year.
It was a rubber hammer. I wonder if this will...
Let's see if this rubber hammer might come in handy.
No. But that was funny.
Let's not do that anymore.
Got a bleep bleep for being funny. It's worth a shot, maybe. Dried up sun
Not a
lotion.
single drop coming out. It must have dried up completely with time.
If there's anything else in the mum's room, like, was accidentally underneath the... Nah, inventory. Nope.
I don't need a painting to remind me of my grandfather. He's my grandfather, himself a famous archaeologist.
He was among the first to discover the lost civilizations of the Amazon. I'm the bookworm of the family.
It's a work by the great artist Tiago Huasel. He called it Suhasuna. It's needed to identify the author of the painting. I like where it is. To remember my little dog Pipoca, and to keep the front door closed. I'd rather leave it where it is. It's Pipoca, as painted by Tiago Huasel. I remember when you could get in there. It works perfectly. I would only run the risk of damaging it.
Examine the grandfather clock.
There's information that could be useful. Here are a few notes I've written down lately. Fix Mom's alarm clock. And there's more. Here are a few notes I've written down lately. Buy new sun lotion. And there's more. Here are a few notes I've written down lately. Save money. And there's more. Here are a few notes I've written down lately. Return books to the library. And there's
Okay.
more. Here are a few notes I've written down lately. Read instructions to assemble bicycle. And
Scruff.
there's more. Here are a few notes I've written down lately. Never leave bath full of water before going out. And there's more. Here are a few notes I've written down lately. Water doesn't work metal loose. It makes it rust. And there's more. Here are a few notes I've written down lately. Important bracket maintenance. Keep nice and smooth. And there's more. Here are a few notes I've written down lately. Tidy boxes in closet.
Or what if we can use the plunger to get the
Here
plug
are
out
a few
the back?
notes I've written down lately. Fix Mom's alarm clock. And there's more.
Read all the post-its. Okay, I'm going back up to see if I can take the water out of the bath. As I do not feel comfortable leaving the water in the bath. And I have a plunger. Not afraid to use it.
I see no alternative. Now you'll discover the huge power of a plunger. Nice work. Now I can safely leave home. Well, look what was hiding in the bathtub. It's certainly a part of the bicycle. I'm amazed by the extremely intelligent use I made of it.
Why was the cog in the plug hole thing? Also, I really think we shouldn't leave the incense burning.
There's still something missing. How can I possibly use it? Maybe this is the best place for it. Owls are not what they seem. Some things still frighten me.
Aw, that seems unfair.
I've already read them all.
Firewalk with me!
More books.
That's a
The
Twin Peaks
famous What
reference.
Became of the Great Archaeological Finds by I. Jones.
Indiana
History of Sunken
Jones!
Ships, Chapter 1. Closely related to the second chapter, History of Sunken Ships, Incorrect Construction Techniques. More books. The famous What Became of the Great and History of
Oh my gosh, this is a cat clock!
I would like to return it among the boxes stacked in the closet, but I'd better leave it here. I can't remember where my mother found it, but I always feel like I'm being watched when I'm here.
I love it.
I can't. When Mom leaves for a trip, she always turns off the gas to avoid any unpleasant surprises. She always says that for a kid my age, the microwave is more than enough. I don't think the incident last year helped. Let's just say that calling the fire department about a burned pan can't exactly be considered my finest moment.
Hi, Scruff.
It's a regular gas stove.
Yeah, I'm doing okay. How are you doing?
In this, my mother used to hide little surprises for me. Let's see if I'm still lucky. Would you look at this? It looks like there's a little emergency money in the bottom of the tins. There's no greater emergency than this.
We got money. Still
It's quite
want
a
to
bit
try
of
and
money.
break open the
Once the piggy bank is opened, I could have a small
piggy bank
fortune.
as well.
They look like tins to store pasta or cookies.
Cookies.
I could do with something to cook. Others use it to cook sweet little furry animals. I prefer
Dare
heating
the
up
tentacle
something more
reference.
exotic. Very useful when one is always in a hurry.
Oh, Zach McCracken references the clock. Okay, cool.
It
Things.
doesn't look like it, but there's a logical order. If I start moving everything, the whole day will be affected by it. This is a brilliant example of how a kitchen can be untidy and clean at the same time. It doesn't look like it, but there's a... If I start the whole...
Pepperoni and pineapple pizzas.
That's
my
the name of the
favorite.
devs.
Maybe I might eat a slice later for a snack.
Imaginary lab. Sorry, imaginary
Pepperoni and
pizza.
pineapple pizza. A real delicacy.
Sick of your shoulder problems. Oh, that sucks.
No thanks. I never eat between meals. Various foods. Easy to warm up in the microwave and nutritious enough.
I'm sorry, your shoulder is pain.
I already had breakfast.
Why is the handlebar in the fridge?
Mom always says that milk is good for my fragile bones. That's why we always have a supply in the fridge. I can't take it. It serves an important function in this fridge. I used it temporarily to reinforce one of the shelves. If I pull it out, everything will fall down. I first need to fix the shelf.
It looks just like the handlebar from my bike.
Not now. I have more important things to do. Every meal has been carefully selected by Mom based on its caloric intake and ease of preparation.
I was going to say, you're going to have to get a referral. Oh, it's a screw.
This screw is loose. I need some.
Well, we have a screwdriver.
Just what I needed. There's no need to do any.
I couldn't go anywhere with it.
Hi, but yeah, I'm sorry you're having issues with your shoulder. That sucks. So I need a ladder, bell, some more cogs, a chain, two wheels, one of which is on top of the thing. I'm guessing I can look outside.
All I need now is ready-to-go transportation. All I need now...
Well, yes, but I need a ladder.
There's still something missing.
Yeah, there's lots of things missing. Obviously missed something in other places.
I'd better take only what is strictly necessary. There's a lot of stuff still left to sort out. Notes, research. Coming from a family of adventurers, what else could be expected?
Well, hopefully you can get a referral and get it sorted. Maybe we fix the alarm clock.
It could contain some.
Okay, so I'm going to go with monkey wrench, otherwise known as a
Best
spanner.
not to add to the problems this object already has.
Okay, screwdriver?
Let's see what's wrong with it.
Okay, screwdriver. Probably got 2 extra cogs in it.
Look what was inside it. Maybe that's why it wasn't working.
Replacing the internal alarm with the bicycle bell might not have been a brilliant idea.
Ah, no, bicycle bell.
I think I'll need it shortly.
I mean, that
I
really
don't need a
sucks.
broken alarm clock for my trip.
Maybe
it's
it
stopping
didn't
the
deserve to be
gaming.
treated like this.
Well, I mean, you should definitely take multiple breaks anyway. Just, you know, because it's not good to sit
My
for
mother
ages.
took almost... It's a photo of my cousins, Nate and Sammy Morgan. I haven't heard from them in years, but we were always close.
I think it's cousins rather than brothers, by the way, but that doesn't really matter.
No way. If we start... It won't be an ISO 9000 certified ladder, but it will do.
Got you, Wheel.
I made a ladder by pulling out the drawers, accidentally. Interesting. I mean, that dream catcher sort of looks like...
It certainly helped me sleep better. It won't come off. It looks like it's bolted on. The screws don't turn. They got rusty with time. The screws don't turn. Better not take... It has to be liquid in order to use it. It won't come out of the
No,
bottle
no, he
otherwise.
doesn't have any brothers. Cousins.
I must find a more useful way to use it.
He has cousins. Okay, so we need a chain and a wheel and 2 cogs. And some
It
way
won't
of
come off. It certainly helped.
getting that off, and also some way of breaking the piggy bank.
I ran out of it this morning. Liquid soap. There isn't a drop. Body care beauty. I prefer to leave it. I confirm, and even the pimples making. I prefer to leave. I prefer. I love research. If some.
We didn't try closing the mum's door. I don't think we can.
Admire. I better not turn it. The lamp is on.
Okay, so we need something. Maybe I'm missing, just missing, something I can pick up.
It doesn't look like if I start moving the whole day. I've already taken. They look. I could do others. Very useful. I can't. When Mom, she always. I don't. It's a reg. Not now. Pepperoni. No thanks. I already. It has to be liquid in order to use.
Ah.
Too risky. There's a risk that the container may explode or melt. I'll need a less powerful heat source. There's no gas. Mom turned it off before leaving for fear
Corners.
that something might happen.
A less
Again.
powerful heat source. Whoa, 23 months.
It has to be liquid.
Thank you for the resub, Mr. Corners. Okay, less powerful heat source. Heat source. Where have we had? Oh, like the lamp.
It would be a good idea if my mother wasn't fixated with LED. Basically, even if maybe it would.
Okay, well, my lamp then.
Et voila! Excellent! The heat from the lamp is melting the oil. It's ready to use now. rusty screws are loosening up. I also finished the suntan oil. I better leave the empty bottle here.
Okay. Screws.
Now it works.
Screwdriver. Excellent.
From this angle, it looks like one of the bike wheels, coated in feathers.
Does it count? Yes, we need a chain and 2 more cogs.
It's my toolbox. Better not take a hammer to everything. Better not take a hammer to... There's still something missing. It needs at least a bolt in order to use it. Better not take a hammer to... Useful, but not for everything. I must find a more use... I would like to return it among the boxes stacked in the closet, but I'd better... Useful, but not for everything.
Sorry, just got a message. 2 seconds. What am I missing that I could combine things, maybe?
I've already read them all. All I need now is...
This is the frustrating what little thing have I forgotten to click on scenario.
I don't need a map to get... Moreover, this is the map. I've decided she's been looked a little like... They were always sold. Then I grew... must find a more useful... Excellent idea. That way I can open it without causing irreparable damage. I wonder how much I've managed to save in the last few months.
Ah, well, I got the cogs.
I expected more. All that noise and all I got is this lot of gears? I don't even know how they ended up in here. It has already yielded... Seeing its contents makes me realize that I didn't invest my savings wisely. It has already... It's not much, but it will just have to do.
So, I just need a chain! Anyone seen the chain? Did I check the back of the kitchen door? That's the only other place I can think. No, that's not an option. The handlebars were already in here. It's
There's
unlikely.
no need to do anything else.
This looks like Kara's fridge. It's got the spicy hot noodles. What was in his wardrobe? Nothing. It was unhelpful. I can check again, but I'm fairly certain it was empty. Oh no!
Essential for travel.
You are right. There is a belt in there. Will that count? I hadn't seen it because it was literally in the dark. So good spot. There we go. We've got everything now. Yeah, that was very sneaky, that was. Okay, so we should be able to make a bicycle now. I'd get it off the cactus first, but, you know, that's just me.
There's still something missing.
What? Oh, do I need to drag the things on?
Very good. There's
lol.
still something missing.
Yeah, because I didn't know I had to drag the
Another
things on.
Almost ready.
Not really. I've got
Making progress.
like 9 parts.
I can glimpse its shape.
This does not look like a really good
How professional.
bike.
Nearly
Hi,
there.
Lily Marguerite. Hi, cuties.
Perfect.
I do not
Few more
trust this
parts.
bike, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just to clarify.
I don't know how to connect it. Nearly there. Not long to go. Not long to go. Nearly there. They connect perfectly. Not long to go. I'd really love to try it. I just have to take it, and that's it. Bonetown, here I come.
Ba-ba-ba-loop. Trusted mechanic, mount the bicycle.
Let's go.
Part 1 complete. I have doubts about the roadworthiness. Oh my god, and his sense of direction. Seriously, kid. Seriously, kid. But that bike did not look safe.
It felt like something from my bike was missing. I forgot to mount the brakes in my hurry to leave. Fortunately, I escaped without any major damage.
Brakes wasn't on
Better
my
to what's
list.
left. I'm especially sad about the bike. I was very fond of it.
Basically, we ended up with the letter
It's not much.
and the
but it
money.
just-
Reach Bonetown.
I can't go back. First of all, it's night, and I don't want to walk all the way.
Like, oh, I never played that. I didn't know that was a thing.
I could pick all the weeds and try to fix it, but I'm not here for that reason. I have vague memories from when I was a child, but I don't think the fountain was in this condition. I remember my father told me the city was built around this place, because a source of fresh water spilled out of here. Now the city seems to be letting itself go. Better leave it here. Other travelers might need it. I've arrived at the Dead Man Inn. This was the place I always stayed with Mom and Dad when we came here, and it's the same place indicated by my father in his letter. I'd rather not go around the city at night. I'd rather wait for day.
Okay, fine. Go in the pub thing.
Better leave it here to remind all Bonetown tourists of the beauty of Lafitte Park. It's a poster for the Lafitte Amusement Park, the most prestigious amusement park in Bonetown. I stand corrected. The only amusement park in Bonetown. Grand opening October 29, 1915. By now, it's probably the only abandoned amusement park in Bonetown. Take it and deprive the last tourist of those delights? That sounds crazy to me. Today's special. Pigeon pudding drowned in grog. Hardtack and fat fried in grog. Grog cake? It looks like a diet rich with fiber and carbs. Better leave it for the next customer. I have no idea how to use a quill. I can hardly write even with a normal ballpoint pen. The last pages are blank. Well, the whole book is blank, actually. Bartender, something strong, please.
Sure, what can I get you? I imagine a fresh glass of plain water would work, or maybe a lemonade. But I doubt you could handle it.
On second thought, I'm not that thirsty.
It's better that way.
There are tons of options. Beer, more beer, grog, more grog. I can also try the house specialty, beer and grog. Not to be confused with grog and beer, a useless and tasteless beverage.
You don't look like you're from around here, is that right? I don't know how it works where you're from. But in my inn, it's a good rule to ask before taking something.
I'm sorry, you're perfectly right. May I take the key to room 09?
Absolutely not.
But you just told me that if I asked, you would give it to me.
I just said it's a good rule to ask before taking something. But you absolutely can't take that key because of the second rule of the house. Whatever decision I make is law. That means you can't take the key so long as I'm here at the inn. And I've been here for 30 years. Every given day. Every single hour.
That
Didn't you even get a day off?
horrible.
Now I can understand your good mood.
What did you say?
Only that I respect your rules and I admire you for your commitment and courtesy.
Okay.
I guess he's the owner. Good evening, my good man.
Good evening, boy. How can I help you?
I need a place where I can stay tonight.
It's your lucky day, boy. The Dead Man Inn is the best in the business.
Very good. I almost feel at home. Are there any rooms available?
I'm happy to check, but I have to warn you we are in peak season. In this one, we still have to clean up bloodstains. Room 08 is already occupied by me. I just have number 09 and 10 left.
Then 09 would be perfect. That is also my lucky number.
In that case, I can't do anything other than give you
No.
room 10.
But I just told you I'd like to have 09.
Everybody likes number 9. If I gave you that room, the next customer could only take number 10, which nobody likes. So they would leave.
I could leave too, since I'm not pleased with that.
Of course. Indeed, you have the look of someone who can go and choose another inn. For your information, Dead Man Inn is the most comfortable, as well as the only inn in a 40-kilometer area. You can also go find yourself another inn and come back tomorrow morning. I'm always here. So, room 09
Always
or 10.
what?
Room 10 is okay.
Do you have money for the accommodation?
Yes, I think I can pay for one night in this amazing resort.
I don't know what a resort is, but it is sufficient that you have the money to pay.
Here's the money.
Kid, this isn't much. It will only be good enough for one night.
I think that's enough.
Good. To whom do I have the honor of speaking?
Morgan. Willy Morgan.
Morgan. That name sounds familiar to me. Have you already been in our lovely little town?
Many years ago, but I was very young. Maybe you remember my dad, Henry Morgan.
Henry Morgan, you said? Something springs to mind, but I
Henry
think a
Morgan?
long time must have passed.
Henry
Yes,
Morgan.
a long time. I'd say 10 years since he disappeared.
And why do we have the pleasure of seeing you again in Bone Town?
For the anniversary of my father's disappearance. Today it's 10 years exactly.
There's always a good reason to stay at the Dead Man Inn of Bone Town.
I have no doubt about it.
Now I have to get back to my job. Help yourself to the key to room number 10.
Thank you.
Once you are settled in your room, you'll find a pre-printed form. I need to complete the check-in. Bring it back as soon as you have filled it out.
All right, thank you. Thanks, and goodbye. Technically, it wasn't exactly.
It doesn't change the fact that you can only take the key to room number 10.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Hello, boss. It's me. You won't believe this. Henry Morgan's son just showed up here.
Henry's son? Why did he come here?
He hasn't said too much about the reason for his visit. What do you want me to do? Do I warn Bob?
Yes, standard procedure.
Okay. As soon as the kid comes back here, Bob will take a good look at the belongings of the young Morgan. Sure, boss. I'll keep you posted. See you later.
No, I was thinking, like, isn't Indiana
If I
Jones's
take it down, the innkeeper would surely
dad
notice.
called Henry?
There are a series of pictures portraying famous people who seem to have stayed here. Stanko Stupar immortalized Abraham Lincoln. It's locked. Behind that door is the orderly's room. Those eyes make me feel quite uncomfortable. Owls. I'd rather not touch that substance. I shudder to think what it might be. Color and density do not bode well. I don't need it. Owls again. Better not go inside. If the innkeeper finds out, I'd be concerned for my safety. According to what the innkeeper said, this is his room. I'd really prefer not to enter. I'd rather admire it on this wall. I didn't know Walken came here too. He's been immortalized by the artist Ayman Akhtar.
Oh, I thought it looked like Christopher Walken.
There's no need to take it with me. It's a Riyad Qasim work. Locked.
My lockpick is gone.
This is the
isn't
room my dad told me about. I have to get inside. I want the other guy. Tiago Huesel painted this subject. Maybe the youngest visitor to the Dead Man Inn. This portrait is the work of Tiago Huesel. I'd rather leave it where it is. It really belongs here. I wouldn't want to upset the symmetry of this place. It seems like a piece of modern art.
I guess it leads outside, but right now I have other priorities. Restricted to personnel only. It doesn't lead to other rooms. It looks more like a second entrance. I can't open it. It's locked. It looks like a communication system. Better complete the check-in. I wouldn't want the innkeeper to accuse me of using a service that still doesn't belong to me. It looks like a rudimentary room bell. A peculiar scent. I wouldn't say it's good, but at least it adds a different touch to the place. I don't think I should touch anything. That yellow tape does not bode well. It's sealed. It looks like something bad happened. I'm not sure I want to know what. It's summer. It doesn't make any sense to heat up an already warm room. A fireplace of great workmanship. First, I have to fill in this form, and then I can use the services of the room. I haven't got a pen with me and can't see one around. Better go back to the innkeeper and ask for more info. There are certain places that can scare you with a floor like this.
Interesting. The Black Lodge. The Twin Peaks reference! I wonder how many of those I've missed. Because that was just happened to notice that it had like a black exclamation point.
It's locked. It's a standard form with some fields to fill out. It has an animalistic fragrance. Not nice, but bearable. I saw the stain in the hallway.
You have very good eyesight.
You've never seen Twin
It blends
Peaks?
well with the rest of the upholstery.
Well,
I'm waiting
Like
for the
it, Leaky.
cleaning lady to use her expertise to remove that. I'd like to have a touch of freshness in the air when it's done.
I expect that won't be easy. The fireplace in the room is very nice.
It's one of the many points of pride at the Dead Man Inn. There's one in every room, hand-built by one of my ancestors, brick by brick.
Thanks, and goodbye.
Hi, I need your help.
I'm back with the form you talked about, but I haven't got a pen with me and I still have to fill it out.
Doesn't matter. Give it to me so I can write the essential data down.
Thank you.
Name and surname.
Your memory is a bit spotty. I'm Willy Morgan.
Sorry, kid. You know how it is. Age plays shameful tricks.
You seem like a different person now. Kinder and more friendly.
Maybe I left you with a bad impression before. I'd like to make things right now.
Did you hear that too?
Hear what? There are a lot of noises in this inn.
Did you hear it now?
It's probably some little animal.
The one who made that sound must be a big one. And how? What now? Did you hear that noise again?
Yes, but I don't think you should be worried. It's normal. In fact, I think it's finished now.
How can you be so sure?
It happens all the time. As soon as you open a door, drafts let the wind through and it does funny things.
Okay, what else do you need?
I'd say I'm okay with this. I have everything I need.
Only name and surname?
Here in Bone Town, we need very little information. The rest will fall right into place.
Okay, now I must get back to work.
Me too. I'm very busy.
With what? Okay, thank you.
I mean, I only have a couple of things, so...
It's locked.
We did leave our door wide open, so...
Oh my god! And to think that, according to the innkeeper, it was just a little animal. Luckily, I always keep the important things with me. Never trust anyone. Dad was right. I better warn the innkeeper.
What the hell happened here?
A very strong draft ransacked my room.
You should be more careful about leaving the door open. Hurricanes are frequent this time of year.
Summer hurricanes localized into one room in particular?
You can't rule anything out. Otherwise, what do you think happened?
How did you get here so fast?
I heard screaming and thought there was a lady in danger.
But I didn't even scream.
Then it was my sixth sense, boy. The sixth sense of an old innkeeper. What could have happened, according to you?
I think I left the door open and a boar did the rest.
It wouldn't be the first time those animals have made trouble here at the Dead Man Inn.
But according to you, is such a thing actually possible? Forget it.
So how did this happen, in your opinion?
I guess a robber came in and trashed the whole room.
I cannot be 100% sure, but all clues lead to that. Have they taken anything valuable from you?
I put a bank check for $100,000 in the safe.
What safe?
Yes, I always travel with a gold bar.
Yes, of course. And do you usually leave it in hotel rooms as a tip?
I am extremely generous. My wedding ring, it was worth a fortune.
How old is your wife?
That is rude. You don't ask a lady her age. I have all my valuable things on me.
Better this way. The Dead Man Inn is the most comfortable in the area, but it doesn't have any insurance in the event of theft, disappearance, or death.
I was lucky it was just a theft.
Unfortunately, there have been many such cases in Bone Town lately.
Seeing the current condition of this room, can I have room 09 now?
I already explained that I can't. I'm awaiting a huge influx of tourists in the next few days, and I need that room. If you could wait just a few minutes, I will clean everything up like it was before. Then, as compensation, I won't make you pay from tomorrow night on.
Actually, I just wanted to stay for tonight. It'd be enough if you returned the money I already gave you.
Boy, don't push it. That is my offer. Take it or leave it.
What do we think?
Your kindness astounds me. Seems I can't do anything
Suspicious!
other than accept it.
Wise choice. Now, if you can clear out, I have to clean up the room. If you give me the key back, I'll clean up everything and give it back to you at the entrance. I'll take a moment. Using the back door, I'll be at the entrance before you arrive.
Thanks, my good man.
I think there's twins.
I guess he's the owner. Have you already cleaned up the room?
Yes, everything's in order again. Here's the key.
Okay, thanks.
And you have all the services of the Dead Man Inn at your disposal.
Like what, for example?
The most important one is room service. And following that, the Do Not Disturb.
How does the room service work?
When the customers call, it is the duty of every good innkeeper to answer. I try to be as fast as possible so as to not leave my position untended. If you don't see me at the counter, it's because some impediment forced me to use the back door.
Ooh.
There are a lot of steps to get there. Going down is not a problem and speeds up my movement. But climbing really slows me down.
Thanks, that seems clear to me. What's the do not disturb?
It's this amazing object. Only paper of the highest quality for our customers. With the writing, Do Not Disturb, in giant letters. You just have to hang this on the door. and I'll know you don't want to be disturbed. Here, take it.
Thanks, very useful. Thanks, and goodbye.
Okay, I guess we kind of want to go sleep, actually. I'm going to save. Game correctly saved. Good, good, good. So we need to create some kind of impediment.
It's locked.
Dan's online.
I'd rather not touch that substance. Better not go inside. Let's see if I can. Done. This sign is useless now. I'd rather not take it with me.
I didn't expect that to do anything other than him to try and hang the sign on the door. What the hell?
The things I have to do. Let's just hope it doesn't spill. I wouldn't really know what to use to get rid of this stage.
Gross. I was thinking I could maybe try and hang it on all of the doors, but hey, you know.
Just how I pictured it. Very good. It looks like the cleaning has finally started.
Because now I can't try it on the other doors, but hey.
I can't open it. It's locked.
Oh, also, hang on. Maybe I could use their weird aftershave.
Better not waste it. I'd rather not touch that sub.
Okay.
I can't open it. It's locked. It's summer. It doesn't... I don't think I should...
What now? Oh, that must be the new guest. I saw straight away that he was a troublemaker.
You told me I could ring and get room service. I want food.
I see someone's been busy, but I can't smell the usual fresh scent. That means the job isn't finished yet, and I can go through.
Oh, right.
Better check what's happening in room number 10. Can I help you?
I'm testing the room service. Excellent service.
Also the price. Maybe I forgot to tell you that after a certain number of calls, an extra fee is triggered.
Cordial as usual.
If there's nothing else, I'll get back to my business.
Everything's okay. Thanks.
Well, I mean, you have to use the point and click emoji then. Detective Agatha is on the case. I think I do have to use the aftershave. I think I just possibly applied it to the wrong thing. There
Now
we go.
something classy. The contents haven't changed, but now there's a fresh musk ox scent. I'd rather not touch... I shudder to think...
There we go.
Agile and silent like a ninja. I didn't even realize the cleaning lady finally got to work. Better not walk across it. I'd risk ruining this beautiful work. Oh, essence of muskox. My favorite. I'll go around the back.
Gross.
That guy's gonna have to wait for a second.
Nobody's coming. Better go check the entrance. This is my chance. It's summer. It doesn't make any sense to heat up an already warm room.
I don't want him to see me going into the thing.
I guess it leads outside, but
But I guess we go.
let's hope there won't be any other obstacles. At last!
Oh, this one looks nice.
I don't trust taking them. There's the chance they could have been eaten by mice, the owner of the place, or the cleaning lady. In any of the 3 cases, I don't want to take them with me. They're
So this is the
apple cores.
nice
They really
rooms.
leave much to be desired as a welcome gift.
The apple of your eye.
In this room, they seem to have taken 1 step ahead in technology. No rope to pull.
Well, I'm not going to bing it, am I? That seems like a very silly idea.
Tough luck. Fate really doesn't want me to take a shower or a bath. Tradition tells us it's better not to spy on showers with the curtain closed.
They're not very closed, though. But we've
Look
got a
what's
book
inside.
for it.
Somebody forgot a nail file. Better take it. It could come in handy.
We've got a nail file.
I don't need it right now. They seem to have invested a lot in the guest's hygiene. Everything starts there, in the warmth of a friendly place. I think my father meant warmth in a literal sense. Perhaps he hid something in the fireplace. Let's try searching there. What is this? This brick doesn't seem to be bonded to the fireplace like all the others, but I can't rip it out. It seems after all these years it is partially calcified back into the fireplace. I need something to grab hold of the cracks.
You were?
This brick doesn't seem to be bonded like all others. It seems to be working. I can take out the mortar holding the brick. Clever. Let's see what's inside. It looks like an old library card. It belonged to my father, Henry Morgan. Last read book, Properties of Concrete. What did my father want to tell me? It's a card for the Bonetown Library. The card belongs to Henry Morgan, my father. Let's see the last read book. Property. What was he? Better go to the library to make some inquiries. After this amazing night, it'd be better to go back to my room and rest. First, I'd rather take the key to room 09 back to reception. I'd prefer to avoid having problems with the innkeeper. I have a really big day ahead of me tomorrow.
To the library! The next morning.
I think the time has come to find out what Dad was working on. I better check the library card again. I'm sure Dad left me some other clue. It's a card for the Bonetown Library. The card belongs to Henry Morgan, my father. Let's see the last read book, Properties of Concrete. What was he working on in his final research? Better go to the library to make some inquiries. I don't think fixing my nails would...
Right, I'm just gonna drop a quick save and then tea break time. Tea break time because my tea is cold. I need some more tea. So I'll be back momentarily. Talk amongst yourselves.
I guess he's the owner. Good morning, good sir.
Good morning. How was your night?
There were moments I thought I wouldn't survive. Then I saw a ray of light and realized that the worst was over.
These are just some of the thrills you can experience here at the Dead Man Inn.
What happened to Bonetown in the last few years? I remember when I used to come here that it was a nice little town.
I think it's just progress. The young prefer to go try their luck elsewhere, apart from a few exceptions. It's just down to us from the older generation to keep up the honor of Bonetown by welcoming the incoming tourists with love and professionalism.
I'd have to dispute that, actually. Is the public library still there?
Sure, boy. It's one of the crown jewels of Bonetown. At least it is according to what Margaret, our librarian, tells us. I'm simply reporting what's said because I personally never go to such places.
Strange. I would have bet the opposite. Could you tell me where it is?
Turn left at the main square, just outside the door. Boy, if you don't want to get lost, use this. It's an old Bonetown postcard, but it was used as a tourist map during the golden years. It could be of use to orient yourself and move around Bonetown.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are you interested in something in particular?
Just to reminisce a little bit. My father used to take me there all the time. Thanks, and goodbye. Better leave the key here. I don't know if I'll want to avail myself of this service again tonight. There you go. Now I can leave. I don't need copper. I'm just noticing now that all the gutters seem brand new.
Okay, hang on. Probably a good idea if I check the map. Okay, we are in. Okay, so if we go down here. We found the library. Handy.
I don't want to take anything from here. It's still material in the public domain. At first glance, there seem to be different tomes, some of which have considerable value too. I wonder why they're out here. Better not. It's like seeing my house. Even if I picked everything up, then it would suffer the same fate in our closet at home. Wow, there are some extremely rare first editions here. I don't need it. It looks new. I don't need them. It's one of those old message boards on which they hung the wanted posters. Here in Bonetown, time seems to have stopped. There are still posters of the gang that was raging here decades ago. The members have become famous. I recognize the posters of Rufy, Nami, and Zoro. The others are faded from exposure to bad weather. There's also a little footnote. Posters offered by the Lafitte Amusement Park. It's one of those old message boards on which they hung the wanted post. Here in there's also...
The Lafitte Park. That's another story. It's Monkey Island, right?
I have no time to fix other people's things too. A well-stocked library, but it would be a lot of work to put it in order. I'm not doing any research in particular right now. If in the future I have to conduct some new research, there are some tomes here that you can't easily find in other libraries. This lock is peculiar to say the least. I'm pretty sure that I'd need a special key if I wanted to open it.
Like the one that was hanging in our
A
room?
very old crate. It's stuck under the huge number of books on the desk. I must find a way to free it. It's the famous book, Properties of Concrete. The last book read by my father. How? Should I remove everything on top of it? There's no time. And above all, I wouldn't know where to put all these books. On this desk, there are books of every kind, from how to build a cuckoo clock to anchovy fishing for newbies. It's not my priority right now. For such a small town, there are a lot of books. Good morning.
Good morning. How can I help you?
What happened to Bonetown in the last few years?
The city has always held more allure at the expense of the small villages, and Bonetown is no exception. All the young people left when they had the chance, leaving the town in its current sorry state. It seems you know our town well, although you're so young. Can I ask your name?
Of course. I'm Willy Morgan.
I'm Margaret. Margaret Teach. But for those who attend the library, I'm just Margaret. Once there was
Teach.
a Morgan here
That
in
would be
Bonetown,
Blackbeard's name,
Then he
Edward
left
Teach.
seeking fortune, and he became famous. But he never stopped coming back to visit Bonetown. I don't think you know him.
You mean Henry Morgan by any chance?
You surprise me, and that doesn't happen often.
The point is, I know him very well. Henry was my father.
I'm sorry, kid, I didn't know.
Don't worry, it's been a while.
10 years ago, right?
How do you know that?
Kid, I'm the librarian. I basically remember everything that is put on paper, and Henry used to come to our library a lot.
Do you know anything about his disappearance?
Unfortunately, only what I've read about. One night he was here in Bonetown. The morning after, it's like he vanished into thin air. Not a clue, not a trace. No letters or anything that could have guided the search parties to a solution.
Do you know what he was working on in his final research?
I don't know. He always read a lot, basically all the tomes you can find in here. And sometimes at his request, I had to order books from other cities as well.
Do you know if he had enemies, maybe?
Henry? Let's be serious. I think there were very few men as affable as him.
Thanks for the information.
Don't mention it. If I can be of any more help, just ask.
How come all across Bonetown the gutters seem to be new?
They are new. There's been some geological instability in the last few years. We don't know yet if it's due to natural causes or human activity. In any case, the result is that Bonetown no longer has a working water network, and the only way to retrieve some water at a decent cost seems to be this one.
Whose idea was this?
Maybe the only person who really cares about the state of Bonetown, our mayor, Steve Bonnet.
What can you tell me about Steve Bonnet?
He's the only one here doing something to keep Bonetown alive.
I wonder if the dad's
Without
still
him,
alive.
Our village would be much worse off. I suggest you go visit him. He knows everything about Bonetown. If you need something specific, he'll be able to help you for sure. These days, he lives in the town hall to deal with all the city's problems, but he's always available to everyone.
Thank you. I'll visit him as soon as possible. What's that old crate upstairs?
It belonged to Charles Teach, a great-great-grandfather of mine. Many years ago, we opened it with the help of a locksmith, but it was empty. Then the key got lost again, and nobody has any interest in it anymore. Maybe the locksmith has a copy of it somewhere. I never feel like throwing it away. It's still a family heirloom after all.
I need to consult one of your tomes.
It's always a pleasure when someone wants to benefit from the services offered by our library. What are you looking for?
Threepwood!
Not very famous pirate songs by Threepwood.
Unfortunately, that's one of the most requested books. There's even a waiting list to consult it.
Grog and Other Delights.
It hasn't been available since 1998, when grog was declared a substance harmful to health, and the book was never reprinted again.
Grog, are you kidding?
It was a short-lived law, abolished immediately afterward to avoid a mass uprising.
Luckily,
Don't get me started. A cup of grog in the morning is like a panacea. But in case it happens again in the future, I have put aside a personal supply.
Properties of Concrete.
Oh, what a surprise! It's not among the more popular in Bonetown. I guess this is the second consultation in more than 10 years.
Doesn't it get the attention it deserves?
Here in Bonetown, people don't read a lot, especially a book like that. I could never have managed to face it either.
Where can I find it?
I guess it's somewhere on the upper floor. You should recognize it easily.
Thank you. I need to
It's always a... What are you...
I don't recall.
I'm sorry.
Thanks.
Thank you for visiting the Bonetown Library. If you need a specific book, you can ask me, Miss Teach, or just Margaret.
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
I like her. I also like libraries, so you know. So now we need to find that. Figure out how to get that out from under there. Let us continue. Chicken! Right, this is One-Eyed Jack.
It says to follow the arrow to access the museum. I didn't know that Bonetown had a museum too, especially a museum in this obscure alley. It wouldn't be nice if I have a strong feeling that if I did, and Bonetown doesn't seem like it's experience. I don't think that dragging this barrel of over 100 liters would benefit me a lot. They're barrels filled with water. It's like an ancient artifact. In poor condition, touching it would surely mean damaging it, even though time has already done its part. One-Eyed Jack Restaurant. The name is catchy, the sign much less so. I don't know what's worse, the chicken wings used as bones at the sides of the skull, or the general state of the sign. Everything here is going to the dogs. I wonder what happened to the city. It wasn't always like this.
Pirates.
I don't need it. Menu of the day. Chicken, or chicken and salad, or chicken, salad, and cheese. While for drinks, there's only grog. If I had to guess, there are more than 100 chicken dishes. I may be wrong, but I think the owner specializes in cooking
No, I want
chicken
chicken.
every possible way. I don't see how the complete... It looks like it was installed... I don't think there are any books here. Even if it's battered, I think I can make out the word restaurant. It's not time to enter there yet. I need to use the clue left by my dad first.
Museum. This doesn't look dodgy at all.
I don't know how,
Ooh.
but I hope it might come.
That will come in handy, I think, propping up my table.
At first glance, it appears to weigh over 100 kilos.
Do not
Surely
need a
working out in the
propeller.
gym made me stronger,
Propeller?
but I don't think it performed
Propeller.
any miracles. It seems like the propeller of an old vessel. There's also some writing. Flying Dutchman. I don't think it's that Flying Dutchman. It's the sign for a museum. I don't know what interesting stuff there is to see. It's not specified on the sign. I can't see the opening time either. Dark alley, ambiguous sign, no opening time for the public, and an old open door. I like it.
Me too.
There's a sign with the word museum, which rules out the possibility that it's a library.
It's not gonna
I'll
let
go
me
back
go in
there
there.
later. Now I have...
Okay, fine. Not gonna let me look at anything else until I use the jack to prop up the desk so I can get the really
Let's
big
try.
book out.
It worked! Check out what we have here.
Someone destroyed
Let's
the
see
book.
what it is.
Naughty
It's
daddy.
another letter from my father. It's dated July 22nd, 2008, earlier than the other one. There's also a piece of paper that seems more ancient, but I can't figure out what it is. Better take a look right now. If Dad did all this so that I'd find it, there must be something important.
He destroyed the book. I hope it's you, Willy, who's reading the letter. Something all my efforts have been in vain. Otherwise, all my efforts have been in vain. My latest research confirmed that Captain Kidd and Rizover possibly found a huge treasure. I don't know where they hid it, but they drew a map which was divided between the members of the crew. Before his execution, Kidd had his piece of the map in the cell. I managed to find it still intact. This means that the map was never put back together and that the treasure still lay somewhere forgotten. You will find the piece of the map together with this letter. It is, of course, unusable without the other pieces. From my research, it seems the rest of the crew took refuge in Bonetown, awaiting the return of the captain. After years spent looking in every book of the time, I finally discovered a list of the crew. Edward Drake, Charles Teach, so that chest is going to be useful, John Roger, Tom Raleigh, Chris, you know what, I'm just going to say Chris Evans, even though that's not what it says, because that just makes me amused. Rick Chalet, Rushlet, Walton Fly, Eddie Bellamy. Yes, I realise that, but it's Chris Evans, because that amuses me. Find the missing pieces and reach the treasure before someone else does. I can't say anything else. Time's short. I feel like I'm being tracked. I don't know if we'll ever meet again. Love your dad, Henry. Aww.
Now I understand what the piece of paper was that I found with the letter. Dad always performed great feats, but I never imagined he was looking for Kidd's treasure. It has always been said that it was
closed the poor
basically a
book that
legend.
had its middle
I don't remember the
gouged.
complete story exactly, but maybe the librarian can help me. And I have a list of names. Better start asking information of the townsfolk without attracting too much attention. I don't need my father's old library card anymore. Even if someone found it, it would be useless. I have the letter and the piece of map belonging to my dad. It's a piece of the map belonging to Captain Kidd, but I can't do anything with it if I don't find all the other 8 pieces as well. It's an ordinary nail file. It doesn't work. A peculiar key is needed, or something that can force this lock.
Okay.
Am I wrong, or did you tell me your name is Margaret Teach?
That's correct.
Do you know a man named Charles Teach?
Your question surprises me. How do you know my great-great-grandfather?
Nah,
I'm
we're
doing
all
some
mates.
research on the genealogy of Bonetown, and I stumbled upon the Teach family.
Yes, it's been several generations now since the Teaches settled in Bonetown.
What can you tell me about Charles Teach in particular?
He was the one who brought the name Teach here to Bonetown, but of his past, little is known. My great-grandma told me that he was a former fisherman with a knack for books. This library is a donation he made to the city of Bonetown just before he died. After he arrived here in Bonetown, he devoted himself exclusively to reading, and many of these books were bought directly by him. He had so many of them that he basically founded the town library, which then became the family business for the following generation.
Hashtag life goals.
And he didn't leave anything else apart from the books?
All he left is stored on the upper floor, but it's mostly junk. The real treasure was his books. There's also an old crate without a key, but it looks empty.
Do you by any chance know the story of Captain William Kidd?
Sure, it is mostly a legend. In the golden era of piracy, Kidd stood out for his endeavors, if you could call them that.
The endeavors of a pirate aren't exactly heroic most of the time.
Anyway, his ship, the Adventure Galley, was supposedly filled with treasures when it suddenly disappeared. A few years later, in 1701, Kidd was captured and executed, but his ship and the crew were never found.
What do you think happened?
What always happened at that time? Kidd and his crew squandered all the loot, and to cover their tracks, they sold or even burned the ship. After this story, Kidd became legendary.
Thank you.
Right, well, I got one of my achievements. It was for trying to eat the apples.
Thanks, and goodbye.
Thank you for visiting the Bonetown Library. If you need a specific book, you can ask me, Miss Teach, or just Margaret.
Thanks, I'll keep that in mind.
Right, now we can go and chicken restaurant and stuff, right? Uh-oh. That's the innkeeper.
Very strange. I have the feeling I'm being watched. Better be careful. You never know what can happen in Bonetown.
I wonder how much of the map his dad had found and if he's still alive. Oh, another weird.
Legend
exclamation
says
point.
that once upon a time lived a being with a very peculiar appearance.
I don't know that reference. Traces of El Polo Diablo. El Polo Diablo. El Polo Diablo. I mean, that means devil chicken, doesn't it?
It would be better to ask the owner before taking a seat.
Yeah, oh, I know what it means, but I'm trying to think if it's a game reference or a TV show reference. Because there was the book in my room, which, to be fair, I wasn't paying attention when he said what was on it, but there was the floor in the inn that had Twin Peaks reference.
Good morning.
Good morning, and welcome to the One-Eyed Jack of the Bellamy family.
Oh, Bellamy, handy.
I glimpsed the menu outside the club. What's your specialty?
Chicken, kid. Delicious, free-range chicken.
Only chicken?
Absolutely, kid. Chicken is our main ingredient.
Really want
Healthy,
chicken now.
genuine, and it's not fattening, so you can eat as much as you want. We Bellamys have invented more than 100 recipes to serve it with.
A diverse menu, then. How's business going?
Money is not important to the Bellamys. Our forefather, Eddie Bellamy, left us a
I
little
mean,
nest egg
possibly
to pursue
Monkey
our family
Island?
mission.
And what would that be?
Find the chosen one.
If it was llamas, it would be Leisure Suit Larry.
Are you a great-grandson of Eddie Bellamy?
Absolutely, kid. My great-great-great-great-grandfather was the best cook of the 7 seas. He was the one who founded the first One-Eyed Jack.
I mean,
Since
Monkey
then,
Island was
we've come a
monkeys,
long way.
really.
Do you mean that you've expanded all over the world?
Absolutely not. Bonetown has always been the one and only place where you can taste one of our delicacies. Oh, absolutely not. Nobody can improve Grandfather Eddie's recipes. A distant cousin tried to do that. Starting
I'm
his
really
own
loving the
company,
aesthetic of this
Mix
game.
Something.
He's
But
pretty.
I haven't heard about it since, so I don't think he had our luck.
Surely not your luck, yeah. I don't get it, but it's okay anyway. What do you mean by chosen one?
The family legend says that Eddie Bellamy, progenitor of the Bellamys, learned every recipe on how to cook chicken. But his efforts in the kitchen seemed not to be appreciated by customers, who considered his recipes mere common chicken.
Do you like chicken? Good
bumpkins,
source of
so he
protein.
created the only meal that was not chicken-based, the Bellamy cookie. The patrons
Cookie.
seemed to be thrilled by the extraordinary innovation, but Eddie, given the indifference his cooking received before that, imposed one condition. Only the chosen one could taste the cookie from the Bellamy recipe. And since then, from generation to generation, the search has kept going.
Which cookie are we talking about?
The sacred cookie, contained in that glass case.
Oh, it's a fortune cookie. It's probably got the piece of map
How long
inside.
has it been in that case?
Since the day it was baked by Eddie Bellamy. And according to legend, it seems Eddie found a recipe for a pastry that could last for centuries without losing its fragrance.
Do you mean that in all these years, nobody was able to earn the right?
Absolutely not. That is the original cookie. Never has another one been baked.
How can you recognize the chosen one?
That'll be the only one who can pass the test.
What test?
The menu, kid. The menu. Only the worthy will listen to the entire menu without blinking an eye. And at that point, he'll have earned the cookie, along with honor and fame.
Very epic. Where does the test take place?
At the table. When you feel ready, take your seat, and we'll see if you might be the chosen one. But don't get your hopes up. We're extremely selective.
Okay.
I've seen that all through Bonetown there are new gutters.
Yes, the mayor decided to invest the city's money that way. It's not a bad idea. By channeling the rainwater, the city will ensure some drinkable water.
The mayor?
Yes, Steve Bonnet. He's the man who's been taking
Bonnet
care
wasn't
of
one of the
city for
names on the
countless
list,
years.
though.
Luckily, he's in charge, or Bonetown would already be a ghost city.
I see there's a free table. Can I take a seat?
It depends.
On what?
That table is reserved for those who want to test themselves.
Can you explain better?
Our family, the Bellamys, have always looked for the chosen one, and this table can reveal if a person is that or not.
Thanks, and goodbye.
Thanks to you, and enjoy your stay in Bonetown.
It's a very strong lock. It's a glass case equipped with a lock. It seems there is a sort of fortune cookie inside it.
Yeah, well, we're not going to try and steal it, but we are going to sit at the table.
I see you want to prove yourself. When you're ready, call me. I'll be right there.
I feel ready.
Very well. I'm coming. Let's begin the test. We'll soon know if you're the chosen one or just another common person. Our menu includes mushroom chicken, algae chicken, egg chicken, spicy chicken, sweet corn chicken, pepper chicken, olive chicken, chicken and vinegar, blah blah, chicken, blah blah blah, free range, blah 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 blah, herb crusted, blah blah blah. Kid, hey kid, the test is over.
I think we're going to need some coffee.
I'm sorry. I thought you were different from the others. For now, you're not the chosen one.
And yet I was sure I'd be the one.
I could probably listen, but I wasn't given the chance. Okay, so we're going to go out. All right, so we know where one piece is. Right, now we get to go in the dodgy museum.
Free. It looks like there was a race to the bottom for this volume. Prisons, the story of Tom Rayleigh. Maybe it wasn't the publishing
I thought it
success
was
the
Raleigh.
author hoped.
Like
I
Walter.
have no time for this kind of reading right now. There's something written. Free. Maybe it will come in handy.
Go ahead and take it. It will open both your heart and your mind. Some stickers to support Tom Rayleigh's cause are included as well. We
said
also
it-
need your
it's
help
a
to
button.
make this artist known.
Thanks. Prisons, the story of Tom Rayleigh. Now I know why this book is free.
Raleigh.
It seems more like a series
Raleigh.
of rambling stories
I
instead
feel like
of a
it's
serious
Raleigh,
biography.
but hey,
Maybe
I'm
there's
not
just
gonna tell
one bit
someone
of
how that name's
plausible
pronounced.
information. Here it says that Tom Rayleigh's past is dark. He was repeatedly put in prison in Bonetown for being drunk and disorderly. The stickers are nice, but the book is useless to me.
Okay. So I got some stickers. It says Tom Rayleigh.
I'd rather put this book back in its place. Probably someone else will find it more interesting.
No, but I want book.
I'd say it's scary.
It's my handiwork. It seemed to me that the subject respected all the classical canons.
Maybe they're not the same canons I studied at school.
It's one of the few pieces left by Tom Rayleigh. Ancient sources said that he was a prodigy in cartography drawing, but everything has been lost.
I understand. It's part of the museum exhibition. Better leave it where it is.
This looks a bit like Da Vinci's flying machine. Ooh, there's an envelope.
There's something written on it. For the heirs of Tom Rayleigh.
What do you think you're doing? Have you seen what is written on the envelope? It's the property of Tom Rayleigh's heirs.
But I'm one of his great-grandsons.
I'm a researcher, as well as a capable artist. Bring me concrete proof and you can have the envelope. Until then, the envelope will remain museum property.
So this is not really a dodgy place, it's just this guy. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can I do something for you? I am very busy and I'd hate to lose time.
Who are you?
Are you the museum janitor?
No. I'm the curator, as well as the only
for your
artist in
stubbornness.
Bonetown.
Remarkable. Busy doing what?
Oh, I don't think you'd understand. You don't look like you have an open mind like us artists.
Please, I'm very curious.
No.
Come on, share it with me.
No.
Okay, I don't think it was that important anyway.
Not important. Are you kidding me? My research is, of vital importance for Bonetown and its history.
Does the statue look like the librarian? What? You mean Margaret Teach?
Research for peace of mind?
Funny.
Maybe.
Finding himself?
No.
What kind of research?
I'm trying to clear the name of one of the most controversial figures of Bonetown.
Who are we talking about?
Tom Rayleigh. He spent almost his whole life in here.
Was he a researcher too?
No. This was a prison once. They say that Rayleigh, because of his alcohol problems, spent most of his sober time in here.
In every town, there's a drunkard.
No. Tom wasn't a drunkard. His artistic life was very troubled. My research proved that.
Have you already done other research on Rayleigh?
Yes. You can find everything about it in the book I wrote on Rayleigh. You can take a copy if you like.
Already done. Very illuminating.
Really? What passage impressed you most?
Practically everything about Tom?
You're already calling Tom. I transmitted empathy, so I've done a good job with the book.
Just what I meant. How come you're so obsessed with Tom Rayleigh?
It's not that I'm obsessed. Tom Rayleigh was an artist, just like me. Some of the objects in here are his works. But, as with all misunderstood geniuses, he had a devil inside. Some people claim that, in the midst of a drunken stupor, he could produce his best works. But once he was sober, he destroyed those works because he deemed them not to have been done by him. And I, being a misunderstood genius myself, now want to clear his image.
Oh, or do you mean the statue
And how do you think you can do that?
in the
I'm
little
trying to
alcove, not the
cover
one
all
standing by the
works
pyramid
left
of
by the
books?
master. And in the meantime, I'm tracing Rayleigh's great-grandsons by delivering the only thing he left here in Bonetown.
His dignity?
No.
Money?
An artist with money? I don't think that's possible.
A toothbrush?
Don't joke about that. We artists are not interested in personal care.
It's
I'm
just
glad
there's
to hear that.
there's
I'm
three
talking
statues
about
effectively.
that
One's a
invoice.
bust.
What are the
But I didn't
contents
see
of
the one in the
envelope?
alcove.
I don't know.
I think his head was in the
It's
way.
an official document classified by the police and kept here in the museum. It says for Rayleigh's heirs. I can't open it. It would go against my artist code of ethics.
And probably against some laws as well.
Yes. I'm looking for Rayleigh's heirs to deliver it. So I might know what happened to Rayleigh once he left Bonetown, too.
Goodbye.
Yes. Goodbye.
Okay. I'll be right back. Okay. Cool. You shame we don't have like a to-do list. I'm gonna forget all the stuff we've got to do. Let's go back here. Oh, this is just the exit. Okay. Right. Well, let's go this way then. Town. Cool. Oh, great. Only one place to look. Globe, stamps, Steve, and some objects. Hi, Steve. It's not Leisure Suit Larry! Hi, Ima. It's a really adorable little story about a boy searching for his dad.
Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. I'm sorry, do we know each other?
It's been a while, hasn't it, Uncle Steve?
Uncle Steve? There was only one child that called me that. It can't be. Willy. Is that really you?
He's our uncle.
Yes,
He totally
it's
betrayed
really
us.
Me, Willy Morgan.
Son, how are you? Sorry if I don't get up, but my back is killing
He
me.
totally betrayed
Sitting
us.
here all day
I'm
is
betting.
bad for my health.
All good, Steve. Thank you.
Tell me, what brought you back to Bonetown? It's been years since the last time I saw you.
For the anniversary of my dad's disappearance. It's been 10 years. I was thinking of swinging by the cemetery.
Already 10 years? Time seems to have stopped in Bonetown since then. I sought refuge in my
I
job.
don't think so.
Glad to
I
see
think
your
it's just
mother.
really good
Does she know
3D.
you're here?
I told her I was leaving. She's away on a business trip.
How is she? I tried many times to contact you in recent years, but she never answered.
It was very tough for her, too. She preferred to make a clean break from the past, concentrating on me and her job. Bonetown is a memory that still hurts a lot.
I understand.
Hi, Steve.
Hi, Willy, and welcome back to Bonetown. I can't show you around, but for anything else, feel free to ask.
Thanks. How are things going here in Bonetown?
Not very well, I'd say. It's becoming harder and harder to run Bonetown. People leave, and the problems are constantly increasing.
Yes, when I got here, I had problems parking my bike.
Parking problems as well? That too must go on the list.
You mean the lack of courtesy at the old inn?
Are you staying at the old inn? The owner seems to be grumpy and surly. But actually, Alright, I'll try to talk to him at the first opportunity. I'll write it down among the many things to do.
No, I think it's just
I'd
really,
like to
really
stay
good.
here to deal with the city expenses.
3D, but
I
yes.
left my old house. Now I sleep in
Yes.
that little room over there. It's the only way I've found to be able to run Bone Town as best as I can.
Have you ever thought of hiring someone to give you a hand?
Yes, but funds are limited. And nobody wanted to take on this responsibility.
I saw some construction work on the buildings.
That's one of the bigger problems in the city. It seems that our water resources are drying up. Some people say that upriver, certain companies have been doing excavations that caused the fracturing of some faults. But I launched an investigation. There's no correlation. So I'm trying to solve the problem by recovering rainwater. And at the moment, it seems to be working.
I hope so for Bonetown. Do you remember what happened to my father?
It's always painful for me to talk about Henry. We grew up almost like brothers. Before he decided to leave and become one of the most famous archaeologists in the world. Despite his work, he always found the time to come back here to the family and to meet his old friends. Unfortunately, his disappearance is still shrouded in mystery. The night before that fateful day, we went out together. We said goodbye in front of the old inn where he was staying. The next morning, I stopped by to say hello, but there was no trace of him. His room was intact. The innkeeper said he didn't see him going out. That's all I know. Since then, I've been racking my brain to understand what happened, but Henry seems to have vanished into thin air.
Just like Mom always tells me. Do you, by any chance, know what Dad was working on?
I wouldn't know. Whenever he'd come to Bone Town, he told us fantastic stories of the places he explored. We felt like we were there with him.
Dad was always an exceptional narrator. When he told me a story before bed, I couldn't sleep right away, but instead spent a good part of the night fantasizing.
He used to do the same thing with us here in Bone Town. Everyone was enthralled by him.
See you later.
Come back whenever you want.
I try just the
Always
audio
find me.
balance. I feel like the
Thanks.
music's drowning out the voices a little bit. Turn the speech. Music down a fraction. There we go. Okay.
Better ask for permission. I'd risk looking like a thief. These are stamps of Bonetown. What a weird globe. It's covered in notes.
I'm sorry, I'd prefer you not touch it. There's some important notes and I don't want to lose them.
Sure. I don't think that ransacking this paperwork will help me in any way. There's a lot of disorder up there.
Okay, well, we can ask him about stamps. Can I have some stamps, please?
Can I borrow a stamp?
Of course, as long as you use it responsibly. Even if they're dated back, they're the official stamps of Bone Town.
Thanks. I'll use them well.
Actually, when you're finished with your stuff, you can help me out with that stamp. I have a lot of paperwork to authenticate.
Gladly.
Cool.
See you later.
Come back whenever you want. You'll always find me here.
Thanks.
Because the artist did not draw me in any other location.
I might
no.
need one. I'll take the more worn one.
I hope it doesn't turn out that he's a bad guy because he seems really sweet. Jelly bean dispenser!
It contains a lot of jelly beans. It contains a lot of jelly beans.
Drugstore slash pub.
I better not. I don't want any trouble with the law. There are even some love potions and other remedies not known to science. Drugstore of Dr. Fred. Fred Every.
Every. So Chris Every. Oh, hello. Dr. Fred! Dr. Fred. Day of the Tentacle reference.
If I'm not mistaken, it's Mendeleev's periodic table. They look like garden tools. I wonder why they are in here. They seem delicious. It's a piece of paper with some writing on it. Good morning.
Good morning. What can I do for you?
I was just browsing.
No problem. But please don't touch anything without my permission. I've arranged everything.
There's
so
like
that it
very
will
few
make
nice
my
jelly
work
beans.
easier.
What work?
I'm developing a recipe that will make me rich. I just have to find the final ingredients.
Can I have some candies?
Unfortunately, I have to say no. The ones you see in the shop are needed to complete the recipe I'm working on, as well as for my livelihood.
I noticed.
If you have some pocket change, there's a candy vending machine right outside the shop. You can take as much as you want. It's only 5 cents for a candy.
Thanks a lot.
I don't have any thingamajiggies.
What are you working on exactly?
It's a recipe of my own concoction for a new non-alcoholic drink. As soon as I find all the ingredients, I'll patent it. I've written everything I need on this piece of paper I found in the back room.
Oh, that'll
Still
be
some ingredients missing to
my
complete
better
the
map.
recipe. Then I'm sure my life will take a turn, and I could.
Can I help you
say
collect the
bye to
ingredients if you give me
Bowtown.
the list?
Can I help you somehow?
Let me think. Maybe there's something you could do. I need to go to the warehouse to get some things I couldn't find anywhere else in town. But I need a specific plant that grows here in these surroundings. It's a plant with white flowers that only grows in places exposed to the sun, but also with enough moisture.
No problem. I'll see if I can pick one up and bring it to you.
No. It's extremely delicate. Any contact with the acids in human skin could ruin its essence. You should use specific instruments to pick it up and carry it. If you're willing to give me a hand, I can provide you with all you need.
What would I get in return?
Fortune and glory, kid. Fortune and glory.
Can I have a piece of paper?
Tremendously epic. All right.
Very well. Help yourself to the container and the trowel near the door. Once you've identified the plant, use the trowel to put it in the container.
I figured as much.
Thanks. It will also take me a while to find what I need in the warehouse. We'll meet back here.
All right. What's that piece of paper?
I honestly don't know. I was going through the back room when the new recipe suddenly hit me. I grabbed the first piece of paper I came across to write down the ingredients.
Can I see it?
I'd rather you not. Our sector is very competitive. If I let you read the ingredients,
Can I see the other
you
side of
could
the piece of
steal
paper?
my recipe. I can give it to you after the recipe is completed, when I'll be sure nobody will copy my work.
Okay. Goodbye.
See you soon. When you find the plant with the white flowers, make sure to be as gentle as you can.
I'll do my best. I better be going now. The owner was clearly in a great hurry to leave. It's closed. The owner has put up a notice. I'll be right back, thanks. He actually told me he was going to the warehouse. I better try later. It's a 3D printer. It's weird seeing something so technologically advanced here in Bonetown. It doesn't work like that. It's the same printer we use at school. Here on the side is a multi-format reader. It can read USB sticks, CDs, etc., and it's also a scanner to read data directly from images. Once all the info has been inserted into the reader, it'll be converted into data, which will be passed on to the printer. Only then will it be ready to begin operating. I'm not thirsty. They're automatic vending machines. It looks like some kind of power supply, but I've never seen anything like this.
That looks like
Useless.
a car wash.
I already have all the energy I need.
Oh, look, there's an ad.
Hi.
Hello. Welcome to the fabulous Bonetown New Pub.
Is this supposed to be a pub?
It is. It's a full-fledged pub. You have the opportunity to select different drinks of your choice, and it's all automated.
At first sight, it looks more like a garage with vending machines.
Details. This is the future. People don't want to waste time with chatter. They want to get straight to the point. And I offer what they want. A valid alternative to the old and worn-down Bonetown premises.
Maybe you should have invested a bit more in the interior design, like moving some tires or getting rid of the tools.
I appeal to a different clientele. A bit in the style of Dine and Dash, but more like Drink and Dash.
Well, if that is your philosophy, I'd say you've done a great job.
I know. Thank you.
How is business going in Bonetown?
I only opened this business recently, but I'm very confident. The market research I did before opening in Bonetown is very accurate. So it's just a matter of time, and then I'm sure I'll find great satisfaction.
What kind of market research?
I was passing by Bonetown when I had a car problem. I asked for help from the town mechanic. After the hike to check out my stalled car, he asked me if by any chance I had something to drink. And so the light bulb went on in my head. Ding! If people here need takeaway drinks, I'll be here to serve them.
So you just relied on the opinion of a single person who happened to be thirsty?
Exactly. I know how to read the needs of a village. It's from little things that big projects grow.
I have some serious doubts, but I wish you luck.
Thanks, but luck doesn't have anything to do with it. Intuition and precise calculations are the foundations of every solid venture.
That's right, I agree. Who's the town mechanic?
He's a very skilled local handyman. They still call him the blacksmith here. He can fix practically anything. At first I had some problems with the vending machines, and he took care of making them go again. Now he's tinkering with my car. Now that I've moved here, I don't need it anymore. Since I have no urgency to get it fixed, I told the blacksmith he could work on it during the slow times. Since then, I haven't seen him around anymore.
I understand. I noticed the new gutters in Bonetown.
I didn't. I'm not from around here. I recently opened my business, and I'm dedicating body and soul to it. I've never ventured out to take a tour of the town.
That's a shame. You don't know what you're missing. I also saw a 3D printer.
Yes, it's the latest fashion. I decided to expand my market. By offering different products in the same store, I have more chance to succeed.
Drinks and 3D printers?
I see you also grasp the symbiosis of the two things.
I wasn't exactly paying you a compliment.
This is another of my brilliant ideas. You can use it if you want. The first time,
Wonder if I
it's
can use
free,
it to print a
just to
key.
encourage the customer to come back.
And many people use it here in Bonetown?
Some pass by here to see it, supposing it's an aquarium. But as soon as they recognize its potential, a universe of opportunity will open up to them.
I like your enthusiasm. I'll make good use of it too, then.
It's at your disposal when you want it.
Goodbye.
See you soon.
Blacksmith since 1827. I think he knows his business. It doesn't seem to be in good condition. There's everything imaginable here. This is the hood of some car. I can't believe it. Somebody brought the engine of an F-18 to get fixed. This blacksmith must be very good. I'll think about it later. Maybe I could mount it on my next bicycle. I can't get there, and above all, I don't need it. What could I do with a cart with a couple of wheels missing?
I mean, dinosaurs are good.
Its brightness really draws attention.
There's armor over there. Well, we'll go over there after we've been to the blacksmith.
Let's see if there's anyone here. I'm out for repair. Don't touch anything. It looks like the blacksmith has a lot to do. An old anvil.
Look.
It still seems in good condition. They look like long blacksmith tongs. I don't know how, but it could be useful.
We are worthy.
This really looks like Thor's hammer. The blacksmith has been very skilled in replicating it so faithfully.
Yeah.
Here, horsey. It doesn't seem to be very cooperative. Maybe it needs some extra incentive. Such a lovely specimen. I suppose it's here to get its horseshoes fixed. It's a matchbox. They could always come in handy.
So the don't touch into anything became, well, we're just going to steal a hammer and some matches and, you know.
It's in order. Too many things. I can't take them all. It must weigh at I'd rather not test my spine more than necessary. Better take them with me. You never know.
And some tongs.
It looks like a sort of water distribution system. I believe it works with gravity. Better not. I don't need it.
There's an axe stuck in here.
Armor always intimidates me a bit. Shiny. It's the Bonetown Armory. This armory is very well stocked. There are some truly unique pieces.
Legend! Find Captain America's shield.
I don't think they would be useful to me, unless I want to take part in a medieval carousel. But right now, there are shields of all ages and for everybody's taste. A nice arsenal. I don't need them. A gun from the 18th century. There's also a little inscription, J. Roger. I could be wrong, but I think it's John Rogers' gun, one of Kid's crew. I need to get hold of it. The engraving says J. Roger. Let's try to see if there's something that might be useful to my research. Oops, I better put everything back as it was. Sorry, my mistake.
Careful, boy. I don't like to repeat myself, so I'll tell you only once. It's not wise taking something without permission in a shop that sells weapons.
Thanks for the advice. This
Yes,
alarm is a problem.
Captain America's
I
shield.
have to find a way to avoid activating it.
We need a bag of sand.
It's a little catapult. It looks like a toy. They're scissors.
I mean, why not, Leaky?
Good morning.
Good morning to you, young man. Are you interested in something?
I need weapons. Many weapons.
No problem. Here you can find as many as you want. And if you don't see something around, I can order it for you. But I need your ID and your carry permit.
I'll be back with the documents. Many documents.
I'm sure of it.
Excuse me. All these weapons are messing with my mind. How long has this shop been running?
Basically ever since Bonetown existed. In every town there's a shop selling weapons, and Rogers is the ultimate shop in the city. We have weapons from all countries and all ages.
I mean,
Our
Captain America
centerpiece
is
that
Steve
gun on display.
Rogers.
It dates all the way back to the early 1700s. My grandpa found it hidden in his attic. It's in a
So
perfect
it makes
state of
sense
preservation.
canonically.
I'd only like to take a look, thanks.
Steve Rogers.
I couldn't help but notice the gun on display.
You have a good eye, kid. It's the finest piece we have. It's an authentic weapon from the early 1700s. My grandpa found it in the attic, and since then it has always been on display here in our shop. We've done lots of research on it, but we were never able to establish provenance. We know that it dates back centuries, and it's a unique piece. It is unmatched in handling and finish. How it ended up in my grandpa's attic is currently a mystery. There's an inscription, J. Roger. We think it belonged to one of our forefathers. And in our family tree, there's nobody whose name started with a J. The first Roger to arrive here in Bonetown was Johann. But he was an Icelandic fisherman.
How much are you selling it for?
It's the only piece in the entire collection not for sale.
Why's that?
It's needed to give our shop a certain prestige. Without this, we would just be another common emporium selling weapons. Instead, many people pass through here because they know this relic is here. If I sold it, many customers wouldn't return.
I understand. There must be something for which you would be willing to part with that gun.
Absolutely not. There is no other weapon identical to this. You could try to find another identical one, but according to the research we did, it's a unique piece. And even if I found another one of the same value, I could never trade it. As I already told you, our patronage is based, at the end of the day,
3D
on
printer.
this heirloom. That's why we installed a very sophisticated alarm system that goes off as soon as the weapon is removed.
How does your alarm system work?
It detects the presence, weight, and dimensions of the object. As soon as this is removed, it immediately goes off. The only chance to steal it would be to substitute the gun with another identical one. But being one of a kind, it's absolutely impossible. I'd say it's a foolproof system.
Understood. I noticed that the city is being revitalized with all those new gutters.
Let's say we must make a virtue of necessity. We've got serious water problems here in Bone Town, and, I would add, serious economic problems too. Our Mayor Steve is trying to tackle all these problems as best he can. I think it's a good compromise. All that shiny brass seems to beautify Bone Town, and simultaneously provides the water we need to get by.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Can I steal your scissors?
Sorry, can I take these scissors?
It seems to me it's the only thing suitable for you in this shop. Round edges for greater security. Go ahead and take them. And don't forget to advertise Roger's Weapon Shop.
Thank you. I think he's the owner of the shop.
Why does knowing who Captain America is make me a nerd? Doesn't everyone know that?
Copper, a very... really flashy.
Go down here first.
It says, amusement park entrance to the right, main road to the left, lighthouse straight ahead. It's a souvenir photo booth and some posters belonging to the Lafitte Park. There's also a super promotion. 1 shot, 3 posters. Interesting. Let's try and hope it still works. There's a super promotion. With a single shot, you'll see yourself in your current form, in the guise of a pirate, and, brand new option, in the guise of a drunk pirate, all offered by the Lafitte Amusement Park. The things you do to attract customers. Woo! I better go out and recover the posters. I'm curious to admire the different versions of myself. Great, 3 posters of me. Let's give a touch of authenticity to this poster. Now it seems that it was issued by a town hall department. The stamp has done its duty. I don't need it anymore. I don't think sticking them there would be useful. It could be a good idea. Now it seems that the wanted man is Tom Rayleigh. The resemblance to me is remarkable.
That's amazing.
I don't think that would work. It could be a good idea. Now I have a nice pair of cardboard eyes.
Oh my god. Fake eyes, and that's how we stay awake. I'm just going to go back to the musical instrument shop.
It looks like the owner loves to collect all kinds of instruments. I can see a charango and ukulele and many others that I can't recognize. They seem like exact replicas of silver, gold, and platinum records. It seems to me these are rare pieces. A tuning fork can always come in handy. Excuse me, can I take that tuning fork?
Sure. It's available to customers to find harmony.
Thanks.
We're a very polite thief in this point-and-click game.
It's an old jukebox. It's already working. There's no need to waste coins. Hey, there are other musical instruments here too, but these seem to be more ancient. Usually there's a metallic stick to make it play, but I can't see that here. I need something else to make it vibrate. A musical triangle. There's a plate here too. There's a plate here too. Property of Walter Fly.
Why?
It's another poster of the Lafitte amusement park. I saw one just like it at the inn. I guess the Bonetown community really believed in that project. To play it, I first need to find the hair and repair the bow. I can't play this way. It's a beautiful specimen of cello. I haven't played one of these in a while. Mom wanted me to learn to play an instrument at all costs, and my choice was the cello. It seemed to me the right mix between a classic violin and a modern guitar.
Walter Fly would be the one that I couldn't read. Well, actually, no, the one above it I can't read either, but we haven't found that.
It should work. What was that? There's a hideout in the wall. The opening mechanism seems to have activated with the sound of the instrument. It seems antique. Very antique. There's an inscription. Walter Fly, 1712. Walter Fly is the same name that my father wrote in his letter found in the library. Don't touch. Property of the Fly family. I'd rather not. It looks like a mechanical piano. I can't play it. To make it work, a musical roll would be necessary. I never saw one so old, though. There's an engraving. Walter Fly, 1712. It already did its job. The opening is too narrow. I can't even see what's inside. Ingenious. An alcove with sound recognition. The inventor must have been a genius. I don't think these will help me this way. I'm not an arsonist. It's a beautiful... It seemed to... It's a bow, but it's so old that the hair is worn out. I'll take it with me. If I can find a way to replace the hair, I can use the cello. Better not. Ingenious. And the Ingenious. The opening is...
Okay, so maybe we have to do some more playing, possibly.
Hello.
Hello, dude. Peace be with you. May I help you somehow?
I like the selection of instruments in this shop.
Thanks, dude. It took years to stock up so much choice, to test every single instrument to make it harmoniously perfect.
As in an orchestra where everything must be perfect?
No, dude. No. I'm talking about harmony, with a capital H. Each instrument has a sound that connects your inner self with the motion of the universe, making you a part of the whole.
And did you find the formula for this harmony?
Dude, for more than 50 years, I've experienced things that link me with the harmony of the universe. But the path is still long, and there's still a lot to try.
That's not hard to believe. I'd be curious to know what kind of experiments you conducted.
Better not ask certain things, dude.
In this case, I agree. Is smoking allowed in this shop?
Dude, who do you take me for? I could never go against the law and cause harm.
It looks like you're smoking.
No, dude, this is the new frontier. Electronic cigarettes.
I see. Aromatized flavor?
Yeah, you could say that. An aroma that expands your mind to connect you with the whole.
I'm content. I don't want to investigate further. Have you ever heard of Walter Fly?
I'm thinking, dude. I think he's a singer from the 60s? No, wait. Dude, inspiration? It's just about to come. It's been a while since I heard that name. Walter Fly was a distant relative of mine, my third or fourth something or other. If I recall correctly, in the back room is a mechanical piano that belonged to him. Dude, he was like a musical genius. A sort of Beethoven of his age. Just that he didn't play in big theaters, only on transport vessels, or so I recall. Plus, he was very good at mechanics. Dude, he knew how to put things in harmony.
What do you mean?
The harmony between music and mechanics. Everything revolves around harmony, dude. In the back room, there are still instruments at the time Walter Fly came here to Bonetown.
I understand. How come the instruments in the back room are not on display?
For the harmony of things, dude. Those instruments must be in that room. If I move them, I'd change the order of the things, and it wouldn't be good at all.
Really?
Actually, no, they can't be sold. One of my great-great-grandfathers put a clause on that action. The Flies can sell all instruments, except for those that belong to our progenitor. I think it's a sign of respect for the legacy he left us. If I sell them, I'd be going against the will of my ancestors, and I'd ruin the harmony. Dude, harmony is important.
I have no doubt. It seems something is missing from the piano in the back room.
Dude, you have sharp eyes. That is one of the first mechanical pianos. It works with a specific roll that makes the melody start.
Can you tell me where I can find a roll?
Impossible. I know there was only one for that model, but it was lost long before I was even born. My father told me that his grandfather loaned it to someone. For what reason, I don't know. And then, it was never given back. I have no idea where it might have ended up.
Thanks anyway. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I wish you peace and love.
Peace and love. Pebbles!
A few pumice stone pebbles could come in handy. They're light but resistant.
We've got pebbles! Church.
A ship is depicted. Maybe it's some sort of allegory. I think it depicts a village with a boat getting closer. It's a beautiful stained glass window. From here I can't see it clearly. Maybe by entering the church it would be more visible. It's an old engine, but there's no gasoline. Load and shoot. It seems to be an old machine for throwing baseballs.
It doesn't seem like a good idea. Unless it's a matter of life and death, my tools cannot be touched.
I get it. It's a box full of tools. Hello.
Hi, do you need something?
He seems very busy.
Good boy. I can see you're very perceptive.
Let's say it's one of my numerous gifts, in addition to...
I'll stop you right there. I already said you're very perceptive, and you noticed that I'm very busy. What does that tell you?
That we have become friends?
In a certain sense, so I need a favor from a friend. Could you please talk to me as little as possible, at least until I'm finished with this job?
Is it a long job?
You have no idea.
He seems very...
Good.
Let's say that you need my help?
Absolutely. Here's what I need now. Could you please...
Is it a long...
You... Good.
Let's say... That you need to talk to someone?
Maybe. So now I have to tell you something very important. Could you please talk to me as little as possible? At least...
Is it a long job?
You...
Goodbye.
Bye.
It's an old car.
I'm going to drop a save because we like saving. Because it tells us that it's correctly saved and that makes me happy.
I think someone forgot this old camera here. Maybe he was disappointed by the subject. Maybe it could come in handy.
Yes, that explains how we're going to get a picture of the gun. To make a 3D printout of the gun.
I can't take the whole... Interesting. Seeing such a huge ship represented on a big stained glass window is not something you see every day. I wonder from which religious source the master glassmaker took inspiration. It's accurate in every detail. Actually, now that I'm looking at it carefully, on one of the sails there are even some micro-inscriptions. It's a shame I can't get any closer. The story seems to continue. The boat is about to reach a safe haven. And in the end, a flourishing city.
Okay.
I can't take...
Boop.
I don't think that's important enough to be photographed.
Okay, well we don't have a magnifying glass, so, you know.
Good morning, Father.
Good morning, son.
I was admiring the beauty of this church.
You're right. It's a real piece of art. It dates back a few centuries and is all thanks to an ancestor of mine. After he traveled across the ocean, he settled here in Bone Town. Seeing the condition of the village, he wanted to build a place of comfort for wayward souls at all costs.
What was the name of your ancestor?
Edward Drake, the first minister of the Bone Town community, upstanding guide of Bone Town's people, unblemished pastor of the community.
Yes, Father, I think I understand.
This calling has been handed down from one generation to another, right up to today.
Can you tell me anything more about Edward Drake?
My ancestor? First minister of the Bone Town community, upstanding guide of the Bone Town's people, unblemished pastor of the community.
Yes, that one.
Before coming here to Bone Town, it is said he was a skilled glassmaker. All the stained glass windows of the church are his handiwork, created by his powerful hand, fused with the sacred fire of faith, designed with the ecstasy of supreme adoration.
Yes, really beautiful.
Yes, son. Every time I look at them, the fervor of the Drakes ignites within me once again.
What's Race with Ryan? Yes, I've got one more. I got one of them for the apples.
How are things going for the Church of Bone Town?
Under my guidance, there's nothing to fear. Unfortunately, my flock has been reduced in number, but not in the strength of its faith. There are just a few troublemakers, a few kids who still don't have the patience to listen to my small 2-hour sermons, but nothing more.
How come Bonetown is in this condition?
Progress. Bonetown remained a pure
Oh,
city.
fair enough.
Like when my ancestor arrived and never adapted to progress, and the latest events surely didn't help.
What events?
There are weird stories going around. Some of the faithful said they've seen people, not
on Game
locals,
Pass. I've never heard of
digging
it.
around the city. We warned the mayor, who went personally to the places in question, but he found them already abandoned. Rumors say these excavations caused a hydrogeological instability that's depleting Bonetown's water supply. Fortunately, the holes were filled in again to prevent any damage to our flourishing city tourism.
What do you mean exactly by flourishing tourism?
Son, just the mere chance to visit our holy church should be good reason to come to Bonetown. Our little St. Peter.
Maybe you're exaggerating a little.
Plus, we have a lot of other pleasant attractions. Here in Bonetown, we don't lack anything. Library, museum, amusement park, one of the most famous inns of the area.
I wish I knew that earlier. I'm staying at the Dead Man Inn.
That one, precisely. Everybody envies us for it.
Who exactly envies the Dead Man Inn?
Come again, son?
Nothing, Father. I was just reflecting on my luck. What's the reason, in your opinion, for these illegal excavations?
Rumors say that under Bonetown there are veins of precious materials, and that the excavations were tests conducted by companies without city approval. The mayor would never let the city be disfigured.
What materials might be in Bonetown's subsoil?
Some fantasize about golden veins. Others say it's copper or tin. I think there is nothing at all, or they would have surely realized it when they built the city. There's been no findings of any precious materials, either today or in the past. In doubt, the mayor may put some signs around that forbid excavations in all areas adjoining the town.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, son.
We need to somehow get a closer up of this window? Not sure how we do that.
I wouldn't know what to do with it. A ship is depicted. Maybe it's some sort of allegory. I think they can be used in a more useful way. It won't work if you don't start the engine first. From what I see, I guess it still runs on gasoline or something similar. I can't. It needs gasoline to work.
Okay. Graveyard. Or cemetery.
It's an old family crypt. It probably belongs to some rich family in Bonetown. Maintenance wasn't very helpful here.
Is that a cow? It's a
This
cow.
crypt seems more recent than the others. It's a tombstone. Surely among these must be one in remembrance of my father, but I don't know which one it is. After he vanished, we never came back here to Bonetown. White flowers. Maybe this is the only place they will grow. The place is sunny and damp at the same time. These are just the conditions the pharmacist described. I think these are just the flowers he's looking for. I hope they grew spontaneously. It's empty. There's no need to enter. Somebody transformed this crypt into some sort of house. It probably became a shelter for someone. It doesn't seem healthy to touch these things. I hope it's just an exposition coffin that ended up here by mistake. I don't want to open a coffin. I don't think these will help me this way.
Okay, but why let me come in here if you're not going to let me, you know.
The entrance is locked. I don't want to take a tombstone. I think they're installing the new gutters on these roofs, too. I'm quite sure it's a felony to remove public material, and I can't see why I should do that. One of the few things still left intact from the Lafitte amusement park. I could stand in line waiting for someone to show up, or I could spend my time any other way. I think these are the remains of the amazing Lafitte amusement park. It seems it has been turned into the town dump over time. My arms are not long enough. It looks like a chimney, but strangely, it seems to be covered by a huge number of engravings. There are still some prizes inside. I wonder how it works. It's an old attraction. You must strongly pound the base to make the weight go up the vertical rail so that it strikes the bell and makes it ring. Let's try this one. No way, the weight doesn't move an inch. There must be another way to make the bell ring. I think they can be used in a more useful way.
Use Thor's hammer.
Is it possible the solution could be so easy? It seems to have worked. I won a prize. Very nice.
What did I win? A teddy bear! That's really
Let's
creepy.
see what this is about. Small Teddy, property of Rock Lafitte.
Rock Lafitte!
Could he be the same?
That's
man
why
from
I couldn't
Rock
read.
Lafitte? It would seem he was a pirate with a soft heart. It'd be better to check this plush more carefully. Just as I thought, there's something hidden inside. The very smart Mr. Lafitte hid his piece of the map the only place no one would ever look for it. Better add his part of the map to the other pieces.
Interesting. You actually got
I
a
don't need
piece.
this plush anymore. I hope Mr. Lafitte won't be offended. Nice. Now I have two pieces of the map. I don't need to take it with me. It's the poster used to sponsor the carousel next door. Come to measure your strength. Make the bell ring. Only Rock Lafitte, the strongest man in the world, has done it. Rock Lafitte? It seems to me that he was on the list my father left me. I gather he was the onboard carpenter. Once in Bonetown, he was the only one who had the technical knowledge to build an amusement park from scratch. Life aboard the ship must have trained him a lot. I can believe he was the only one to make the bell ring. You surely need a considerable amount of strength.
How are we supposed to get the shiny object?
My
out?
arms are not long enough. There's something shiny on the roof. Maybe it's the only thing worth taking from this place. Maybe now they will come in handy.
Oh, that did actually work. Oh, that's the music
Got it.
reel.
It's not
Excellent.
a chimney. It looks more like a roll with a series of engravings on it. I don't think I still need these bulky tongs.
That means that we don't
It's a
have to-
roll used to make an instrument play automatically. In this case, I believe it's a piano. There's a signature and a date. April 24th, 1712. Walter Fly. If it really works, Fly would be a genius. Such a nice little animal. Actually, scratch that. It's the seagull's nest. I can see many little objects inside that it surely picked up around Bonetown. Wait a minute. I believe I see a coin. I think I could find a use for it. I can't take anything until the seagull goes away.
I mean, we could throw stones at it.
I think they can be used in a more useful
Oh,
way.
good, because that would be terrible. Can we take a Polaroid?
I don't think that's important enough to be photographed.
Set
I'm
it
not
on
an
fire.
arsonist.
Working
Better
with a
use it
hammer?
with caution. I could cause serious damage. Keep out. Threatening, but not excessively. The planks still look in good shape. I'd say all these signs create only unjustified panic. And this comes from someone who rode a bike with no brakes.
You didn't ask me to create breaks.
It's a rudimentary control box. I think it adjusts the position of the lighthouse. There's a sort of map with coordinates, but there are no other indications. $16.99. The light will guide you. I guess it's praise for the job this lighthouse had to do. I wonder how many ships it helped dock safely. There's also a list of things to do. 1, start. 2, steer. It doesn't seem difficult. I wouldn't know what to do with it. It's a beautiful horizon. I think I can even see Oak Island.
Oak
It
Island!
can only be admired.
God, if that game would only be finished.
Using this staircase, I'll go back down. It's the old lighthouse of Bonetown. It must be nearly identical to what it was originally. Then some piece was added during subsequent maintenance, but I guess its basic function remained unchanged. It's the opening to access the actual lighthouse. It's the opening to act. Now I know how it works. You just have to turn it on and guide it. It doesn't work if the lighthouse is off. Now I know how it works.
I'm done.
It doesn't work if the... I think this is the best possible way to use these matches. Once you used a certain kind of oil to light a fire. From the condition of the lighthouse, I'd say it's very likely there's still some left. I'm not risking burning anything, and I'm isolated from other houses.
Fire!
Great, but it's better to close the opening, or I'll risk that flame burning out. Good job. Okay, let's try. It's practically impossible if you don't have any coordinates. There's no recognizable place mentioned as reference for where to aim the lighthouse.
We'll come back to that. We should backtrack and go back to where we started, the inn. Okay, fine. Museum then. Oh, what's that?
Whoever could have hidden it here?
What was that? Hidden treasure 2. Find the golden dragon. Interesting. Okay. Alright, hello. We have some Pirate Willy posters. We're gonna grab this envelope.
Here you are.
Interesting.
Sure, they're wanted posters of Tom Rayleigh. I found them at home in an old chest left to us by one of my ancestors. I know that in the past he had some problems with the law. My poor great-great-great-grandfather Tom.
Actually, they look authentic. The resemblance to you is evident, especially after he drank a bit.
Oh, thanks.
And the stamp is authentic as well. There is no doubt
Treasure.
you're one of Tom's heirs. Finally, I have something for you. Take that envelope. Tom forgot it here, in the old prison after his last, visit. Since then, nobody has ever seen him anymore. Can you tell me what happened to him?
The usual things for an artist. Life on the edge. No financial security.
Just as I thought. I have to follow his path. Take his envelope and make your forefather proud of you. Now I have to refine my technique so that it will at least be equal to that of Master Rayleigh.
Thanks a lot. Better leave before opening the envelope. Let's open it. I'm intrigued to see what Tom Rayleigh left me. As I suspected, inside there's both a piece of the map I was looking for and a little flask. By the smell, I'd say the rumors about Tom's drinking problems were true. Best to add this piece of the map to the others. Let's just hope the contents of the flask won't spill out into the bag. I don't want to give the impression of being a drunkard.
Oh dear.
Hello? Boss, it's me. Bob is keeping an eye on the young Morgan. It looks like he's snooping around Bone Town, but we still don't know the reason. He's either particularly good or he has nothing to hide.
I don't trust him. It's strange that Henry's son shows up again in town after all these years. Continue with the surveillance. Sooner or later, he'll make a wrong move.
Okay, boss. I'll keep you posted.
Good. I'm close this time, and another Morgan won't stop me.
Right, let's see if we can use our fake. Alright, so we sit down. This is why we can select ourselves.
When you're ready.
Because now we can put the eyes on ourselves.
It could work. I feel ready.
Very well, I'm coming. Let's begin the test. We'll soon know if you're the chosen one or just another common person. Our menu includes mushroom chicken, algae chicken, egg chicken, spicy chicken, sweet corn chicken, pepper chicken, olive chicken, chicken and vinegar, blah blah, chicken, blah blah blah, free range, blah 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 blah, herb crusted, blah blah blah. Kid, hey kid, the test is over. I saw you fall into a trance. just like in the legend that has been passed down for generations. You're the chosen one, the one who can taste the unique and incomparable Bellamy cookie.
After the 6th plate, I felt the force flowing strong in me.
I know. The chosen one has this power. Keep the key. With this, you'll have access to the Bellamy treasure.
Thank you. I'll put it to good use. Good. I don't need these cardboard eyes anymore. Since I'm the chosen one, I'm entitled to it. It's the original Bellamy cookie. Inside should still be the message from Eddie Bellamy. I can't open it. After all these years, the dough is hardened. I need something to break the cookie.
We have a
Better use it
hammer.
with caution. I could cause serious damage. Better use it with caution.
Okay. So not then? Scissors?
I don't think that would work.
Or maybe we can use the blacksmith's thingy-majiggy. We don't have a key yet. Did we find a locksmith? We found a locksmith. Ooh, what's that?
A Fabergé egg. At the Dead Man Inn?
Oh, it's a bleep bloop. Sorry, I was going to talk to the innkeeper and my mouse went up there and saw one of those exclamation points. He's been following me. No, didn't say anything. I reckon there's two of them. I think there's twins. Which is why one seems nice and one seems really grumpy.
I could pick all the weeds and try to fix it, but I'm not here for that reason.
Okay. So... blacksmith. Perfect.
That's a good idea. This anvil gives me a perfect support. Now I have to find something with which to try to open it.
I'm gonna whack it with a hammer.
That's a good idea. Only the imitation of an ancestral weapon will allow the chosen one to perform his duty.
Whoa.
After the impact, the hammer disappeared. Maybe it wasn't a copy of Thor's hammer, but at least the cookie broke. Inside, there is something left by Eddie Bellamy. Better take it all to not leave any trace.
Nom 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 nom.
So I find myself with the pieces of a biscuit that dates back centuries.
Yeah.
A message. It doesn't seem like the classic fortune cookie message. It's a piece of the map, just like my dad said. Better add it to the others.
It's the way the cookie crumbles. Okay. Drugstore. Ooh. Drugstore. Because we have...
It's closed. The owner has put up a notice. I'll be right back, thanks. He actually told me he was going to the warehouse. I better try...
Okay, fine.
I don't want them to get...
Okay, fine. Oh, actually, we wanted to go to the armory. Let's take a picture of the gun so we can then 3D print it. We have a flask. And we still need to go to the music. We've got a few more things we need to do.
Here are the pics I took with the Polaroid. Now that the photographic film is over, I don't need that Polaroid anymore. I don't think there are any specialist photography shops here in Bonetown.
Right. What have we still got? What's this?
It's a bow for a cello, but
hairless.
it's hairless.
It's hairless. I wonder.
I don't think that would work. Here, horsey. It doesn't seem to be very cooperative. Maybe it needs some extra incentive.
What's that? Oh, incomplete map.
Better not. I'd rather not.
Okay. Well, I don't know how to get the horse to cooperate, so that didn't work. But we have pictures, so we can go in the 3D printer now.
It should work. The photos surely have to be inserted here. Very well. A perfect plastic copy of the gun photographed in the shop. This printer model uses materials that faithfully reproduce the original objects by starting from simple photos. This replica could surely come in handy. It's a faithful replica of the gun I photographed at the armory. I can't do that now. The owner might see me. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
There's no ammo. I need something to test the range
Ooh.
of this mini catapult.
That's different.
This sign invites me to the marriage. It says, "New arrival. Try it."
No problem. That always happens when kids play with it.
Mm.
I'm gonna tidy up. I hope it won't take too long.
Finally, let's see if there's a clue. Hopefully it's not loaded. Very good. Inside the barrel was a piece of the map. Roger's piece. I don't feel at ease with a real weapon in my pocket. I'd rather not take it with me. But I can't get rid of it here or the owner would get suspicious. I'd better leave it somewhere outside of the store. Looks like a good spot here. Now it seems much less aggressive. The roll should go here. Another noise. The hideout opened a little bit more. A bit better. I can just glimpse something. Maybe a piece of paper? The crack is still too narrow. I can't stick my hand inside.
Hi there, Steve. Yeah, we are searching buried treasure. We've got so many
The
pieces of a
alcoholic
map.
content of the liquid in this flask is remarkable. It could work. Done. The flask is empty. I don't need it anymore. It's already lit. You just have to press the button. Let's see what happens.
No! Don't you dare! This is an order! I won't repeat it a second time!
I bet you have to play all of the instruments. Yes, I know, but I need a hair for my bow.
You just have to press the button. It's already... You just have to...
It does look rather dope, doesn't it?
It's a box full of tools. Goodbye.
Bye. It doesn't.
I get it. He seems very...
Good.
Let's say
I'll...
that you...
Maybe. Could you...
Is it a long job?
You...
Goodbye.
Bye.
Father, was it you who screamed?
Son, even the most meek and calm man would lose his temper over this outrage.
I don't understand. What are you talking about?
Somebody dared to kickstart the devil's car.
I still don't understand.
Outside the church is a machine, a wicked machine. The kids of Bonetown used it to play. All that clamoring and laughter disturbed my concentration. It's not easy to write a 2-hour sermon, but it's necessary to maintain a straight-laced community. I instructed never to use it anymore, and it's been years since it fell quiet. But today, someone has transgressed. It'll be necessary to rely on the Holy Scripture again.
Are you planning to write a sermon about the scriptures?
Oh, no, son. This situation has to be resolved in the most drastic way. I have a task for you. You'll have to restore the order of things.
I don't think I'm the right person for it.
You're here in my presence, so you're the right person for the job. I didn't want it to come to this, but things are escalating. Take this sacred relic. It will be your mission to fix it and place it outside the church. Everything is already set up. A sacred aperture will host the word.
It seems like just a sign to me.
Young and pure of soul, it's the word that will prevent the newly started havoc from spreading any further.
But it just says, play forbidden.
Isn't that enough for you? My mind cannot suffer distractions. My sermon must be impeccable. Carry out your mission.
But the sign is broken.
Ask for help from the blacksmith right outside. Maybe he can help you.
Okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye, son.
Well, that's settled then, exactly.
It's not useful to me in this. I need help. I'm on a mission from God, or rather, from the Reverend.
In this case, I can give you a second. What do you need?
The Reverend has entrusted me with a mission. I have to fix this sign. Can I take one of your tools?
I might have what you need. Inside the toolbox is a multi-purpose tool that serves to tighten, bolt, even open some specific locks. It's the only thing I can give you for your mission. The rest I need to repair this wreck. Make good use of it.
Thanks. Goodbye.
Bye.
Oh, I need to...
Be sure to make good use of it.
As always, sir.
Actually, take the tool first before I can use it to repair the sign.
Good idea. Perfect. Now the sign. It doesn't work. You just have to... It doesn't work. It doesn't work. I think they can be used in a more useful way. It has lots of uses, but not this one. It doesn't work. I think they can be used in a...
Okay. Right, I'll be right back. You do realize I can see the chat when you come back. I went to get some crisps. So I'm going to mute my mic so I don't chomp.
Let's try. It works. I heard a click. Empty. It seems so strange. There's something that doesn't add up in this crate. Let's see. Just as I thought. There's a false back. I just need something to pry it open. It doesn't work. It's not thin enough to slip into the false back of the crate. It should work. Bingo! The nail file got stuck, but it doesn't matter. There's something a lot more precious inside. It's another piece of the map, and I think it's the Teach one. It's been well studied. Even now with 6 pieces, I can't get clear clues. Thanks, and goodbye.
Thank you for visiting the book. If you need...
Thanks. I think it is the only one able to digest it. Great! I can finally rummage through its nest. A 5-cent coin. It'll surely be useful. 5-cent coin. Do what you gotta do. Perfect. A jelly bean.
Okay, first of all, that fell on the floor, and second of all, that is not a jelly bean.
It's a jelly
That's just
bean.
candy.
It's closed. The owner has put up a notice. I'll be right back, thanks. He actually told me he was going to the warehouse. I better try later.
I'm going to fix the bow. That thing from the church. But how do we get the horse? Have you seen any hay somewhere? Excuse me. Obviously missing something. Maybe we can give the horse the candy. Oh, yeah. Sorry, literally. I was, distracted. Yes. Give the horse the candy. Sorry, I was just catching up on Discord messages. I was letting
No horse can
things
resist a
percolate.
treat. Better put it inside the manger.
And we can just slice off his tail.
Being very careful, I should be able to take what I need. Easy, horsey. You won't notice a thing.
Oops. The blacksmith is going to be really
That
mad
didn't
at
go
us.
too bad. Now I have these amazing horsehairs. I hope they come in handy.
That is a lot of horsehair! Poor
Good idea. This way, I should get a perfectly functioning bow.
It's not jelly bean candy. Jelly beans are round and bean-like. That was wrapped.
If I remember correctly, it should be played like this.
Yep. That worked.
That noise again. Finally, the opening is big enough to allow access. At least for a hand. I don't need the bow anymore. Perfect. I can get my hand through. It's a piece of paper. Actually, it's a piece of Kid's map.
Cool, so...
Almost there. I'm already at 7 pieces.
Go back to the church, see if we can figure out what's going on up there. Okay, we're already at the musical instruments, I realize. But it's fine, we can just do that. Maybe I missed some place the sign could be put. Oh, there's a hole. Apparently there's a hole. Oh, the flip, I was supposed to see that, I don't know.
Mission accomplished.
Well, that's going to make it bound into the window,
You
isn't
just
it?
have to press the button. Let's see what... Oops. Technically, it wasn't all my fault. I just followed the Reverend's instructions to the letter.
No, you didn't, because the sign says don't play.
Hold still, son. Don't touch anything. At least until I know who did it.
All right.
Hold still, son.
All right. What happened?
Some ungodly soul, guided by an evil hand, damaged the sacred stained glass windows. Have you seen any black sheep wandering in my church?
I think I saw some kids playing up front.
I thought so. Surely it was one of them. Can you describe the person?
Red-haired.
Anything else?
Skinny.
Any distinguishing marks?
Thick glasses.
It's clear. I don't really understand why Benjamin did this. I'll go and resolve the situation. Nobody can disfigure the sacred church of Bonetown, shelter of the poor, symbol of faith, beacon of the community.
We described ourselves, we were
I could have
honest.
sworn there were some micro-inscriptions on the glass. Actually, this glass shard contains a piece of the map. Supposedly the one belonging to Reverend Drake.
Meantime. Ah. We can now go back and put our flower thing in.
Perfect. Now I have everything I need. My recipe is practically done. It will be a drink that is sure to make waves in the world. Non-alcoholic, dark-colored, sparkling. It can even cure a headache.
I wouldn't want to ruin your dream, but I think that already exists. Actually, I believe you're even in danger of clashing with some mega corporations.
I know the market very well. I managed to isolate and replace the secret ingredient with another.
Really? Which one?
Well, it's the root extract of a... Oh, hey. Nice try, boy. You almost had me going there. It's the only ingredient that is not present on the list. Take it. I don't need it anymore.
Thank you. Better read it away from prying eyes. Wait a minute. This list is a bit strange. I can glimpse something under the text about the ingredients. It's a receipt. It says, I, Dr. Alfred Every, on July 15th, 2008, deliver to Steve Bonnet the artifacts found in the basement. In exchange, Mr. Bonnet transfers to the Every family, free of charge, the property of the building where the family business is actually located. The agreements will not be disclosed. Yours faithfully, Dr. Every. It's countersigned by Steve Bonnet, too. To which artifacts is Dr. Every referring?
Okay.
If the agreements have not been disclosed, the only one that would know anything about it is Uncle Steve. I'd better get over to his office to investigate.
How many achievements have we got? Because it's getting late. 27 out of 35. Trouble is that I think a lot of the ones I need are not a higher ratio
Weird,
ones.
Steve's
that I've
not
not got
here.
yet.
In the meantime, I could inspect his office looking for the receipt of Dr. Every. So weird. There are no notes on these papers. They're all blank. What can they do? Wait a minute. There's a button under here. I could be wrong, but they seem to have been placed in the way to hide something. There's nothing. Let's see what happens by pressing it. I wasn't expecting this. I just thought it was a drawer with some kind of mechanism.
Does not look particularly safe, but hey.
It closed back automatically. There's probably another device in this room that makes it open.
Um,
Why all this secrecy? And what's this room? Better take a look around.
That pink chair and that red phone look a little
This window faces the road under here. Better let some fresh air in. There are maps, routes, various notes. They represent months, or rather years, of uninterrupted work.
told you he's a bad guy, didn't I
It's a
say?
road.
He betrayed
Various
us
lines
at the
were
very
drawn.
beginning when we met
They
him.
look like sea routes. It's an old rope, but it still seems to be very sturdy. A rope is always useful. It seems Steve is doing some research into the Adventure Galley, Kid's ship. There are maps, notes, excerpts from old journals and books. There's
Hold
nothing
it.
useful here. It looks like some sort of diary. And what's this? It looks like some sort of diary. There's something inside. I don't think I'm mistaken. This is a piece of the map from Kid's crew. It's surely Every's, the last piece missing. Finally, the map is complete. On this piece, there are some coordinates. 47 degrees north by 78 degrees east. Brilliant! The coordinates are useless without the rest of the map. The light will guide you. 47 degrees north by 78 degrees east. It must have something to do with the old lighthouse. There's also a strange coin. Why is it here? What does Steve have to do with this story? There must be something I'm still missing. Let's see if
Cool
there's an
discovery.
explanation in the diary.
Oh my god, why does it have to be this horrible, horrible writing that I can't read and it doesn't read to us? This says Henry came back, so this is 7th of April, possibly. No, this is the 4th of July. No, Steve is the mayor. Henry came back to Bone Town. He seemed like a kid on Christmas Eve. He said he had big news he wants to share with me. Hard to believe Henry achieved his feat. He finally found proof that the kid treasure we always dreamed of since we were kids really exists. Henry revealed something more. One of the members of the crew appears to have been a certain Chris Every. According to Henry's research, Every, after retiring from the pirate's life, moved here to Bone Town. I have to stop by the old drugstore. They're the only Everys still living in Bone Town. Maybe they have something, and I might be able to give Henry a hand in his research. A stroke of luck. I asked Fred for permission to rummage through his old things in the basement. After a few hours, I happened to find what looked like an old piece of map with some coordinates and a coin. 17 north, 18 east. No, 47 north, 78 east. The coordinates point to the outskirts of Bonetown. The mayor's been the one doing the excavating. That's why. Because he only had the coordinates. There definitely should be an option to make the test bloody readable. Yeah. Okay. In exchange, Fred wanted the property of the building. 4 walls for a priceless treasure seems like a fair exchange to me. Okay. I revealed to Henry that I'd found the coordinates of the treasure. He seemed very hesitant. In his opinion, it couldn't be so easy finding or knowing kids. Ingenuity? It doesn't matter. I finally have the opportunity to make a fortune and write my name in history. Tomorrow I will tell Henry I'm going to start digging as soon as possible. I think Henry's going mad. He confided to me that he wants to go public with the news of finding Kid's map. I can't let him do that. Not now that I'm so close to the treasure. I know what Henry has in mind. He's jealous of my discovery, and as always, he wants the full honor for himself. I'll try to talk to him again to convince him. His behavior towards me is changing. I see him increasingly taciturn, and he doesn't share my ideas on how to use the treasure. It'd be good if someone checked on him down at the old inn. I'll make sure Bob and Jack keep an eye on him until he's here in Bonetown. Okay, so there's definitely some sort of twin thing going on with that innkeeper, I'm thinking. Yesterday, I went with Henry to the old cliff near the lighthouse. I asked him what happened to the piece of map he found. He told me he put it in a safe place. After his umpteenth refusal to cooperate with the research and excavations, I understood that he wanted the treasure all for himself. Then rage took over. I attacked him, and during the fight he fell off the cliff and never resurfaced. I never wanted this to happen, Henry. For once, you just had to give space for me in my dreams. Still no trace of Henry's body. For the moment, it's better to keep a low profile and to avoid suspicion. Elizabeth is heartbroken, and little Willy probably still hasn't realized what happened. Better this way. After 4 months, I decided the time has come to get back to work. The shock of Henry's disappearance seems to be waning. Nothing yet. It's been months since I started digging, so this is now like December 2009. No, this is May 2009 after... Yeah, okay. Nothing yet. It's been months since I started digging around Bonetown, but there's no trace of the treasure. Impossible. The coordinates are right. I had to resort to city funds to finance the digs. I'm close now. This is 2015. Wow. I mean, literally, dude, what is like the exact opposite to what you should do? Write down how you killed someone and your evil plans. I know there are only a few places left to dig. We have to be careful. Some of the locals have noticed the excavations. I had to lie. I assured them that the digs are due to the work of some unauthorized company. I have to tell the others to be more secretive. 2017, okay, so this was last year, October. Even Bone Town's funds are about to run out, and on top of that, it seems our last dig resulted or disrupted or something to the vein of water that... Okay, right. Huh? Or possibly rerouted the vein of water that fed the tenant, which serves the city. It doesn't matter. It's a necessary sacrifice for the common good. I promise to devote part of the treasure to helping the city rise again from its ashes. In the meantime, I'll try to limit the damage with some makeshift solutions. Okay, fine. Torrent. Tenant made more sense in my head. This is terrible writing. None of these yokels have the slightest idea of how to run a town hall. So if I'm careful, I can still spend the last remaining funds. He's not going to comment.
Leave this open. It's stuffy in here.
He's not going to comment on the diary.
This doesn't look like a normal coin. It doesn't show the date it was coined or any other indications. I don't know how it could be used. There's no grip to open it. I thought it worked the same as the one in Steve's office. Instead, this is just a simple globe. There must be another way to get out of here. I don't want to take all of this with me.
I'm gonna say rope and window.
Good idea. This seems to be the only possible way out. See you soon, Steve.
He hasn't figured out. Oh, rope burn.
Finally, the map is complete. There's also the signature of the cartographer, Tom Rayleigh. He really was a genius of cartographic drawings. Now I know why Steve wasn't able to find the treasure. Without the complete map, those coordinates are useless. I need to go to the lighthouse. The light will guide you. 47 degrees north, 78 degrees east.
Someone burnt something. So I'm guessing that's Bone Town. Oh no, that's Bone Town there.
Here it's written that Dr. Alfred Every gave a... I'm curious. Surely Steve...
Okay, just in case. Yes, rope burn and a bruised bum.
Okay, let's try.
Is that right? I think that's 45, 46, 47. 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78. Okay.
It's practically impossible if you don't have any coordinates. There's no recognizable place mentioned as reference for where to aim the lighthouse.
Okay.
1699. The light will guide you. I guess it's praise for the job this lighthouse had to do. I wonder how many ships it helped dock safely. There's also a list of things to do. 1, start. 2, steer. It doesn't seem difficult. Not now that I've been able... Okay, let's try... Bingo!
Oh,
This is
okay.
the point marked on the map. Let's see in what direction the lighthouse is pointing.
Oh, it's a line.
Good.
Rather, but yeah. Okay.
Very well. The lighthouse is positioned according to the instructions on the map. The light points in the direction
That would be
of the
why we could get
cemetery.
into that crypt.
Better go check.
Luckily, we have fast travel because I'm lazy. Ah, that's why there's like the little thingy-majiggy.
I don't think the X meant to indicate these wooden boards. It'd be better to remove them. Once there was a legend. To access the afterlife, a boat toll was required. Maybe this coin wasn't used as currency in the earthly world, but rather to pay the ferryman for a journey to the afterlife. Let's try. Where did I end up? It seems like a natural cave.
Bleep bloop. Secret in the secret. Find the cave.
I can't believe it. This is a colony of Mexican psilocybe, one of the most powerful hallucinogenic mushrooms in the world. Professor Jones showed one of these in class when explaining Aztec rituals. Their sour odor is unmistakable, and the conditions for growth seem to be ideal. Humid and lacking sun. Only a strong adrenaline rush can counteract their effect. They're supposed to proliferate only in a few areas in Central America. How did they end up here? I'm also wondering who put these wood barrels here.
Maybe it's his dad.
It's a colony of Mexican psilocybe. They're extreme. According to some I'd rather not. This species, the Mexican psilocybe. It's a natural well formed by the running water. It must be very deep. The water comes from some source upstream. It's fresh water. It's a natural well formed by the running water. It must be very deep. The water comes from some source upstream. It's fresh water.
Or maybe Steve found the place in the end.
It can't be. The hull outline, the colors on the bulkheads, a red nightmare sailed on the sea. Its slender shape induced all to stop and admire it. The historian Jean de Leon described the Adventure Galley this way. This is it, the Adventure Galley, Kid's ship. The famous Adventure Galley. Rumors say that Kid launched raids in all the seas and that the Adventure Galley was the richest pirate ship around. It's an amazing ship, and its preservation is practically perfect. I wonder how many secrets it still hides after all this time. It's the ladder that led...
Who dares?
But, who said that?
Who dares board my ship without permission?
Who's talking? Are you a ghost? Show yourself.
How dare you give orders to me? Only I can give orders.
It can't be. I can't believe this. My God. Dad? Dad, is that really you?
I have no sons. I'm the Adventure Galley's captain. My name
Maybe
is
it hit
only
his
whispered
head.
in both the old and new worlds. Some people call me...
How did he survive
the
for
Scourge
10
of the
years?
Seas. I'm William Kidd. Who are you?
Dad, is that really you?
Don't be cheeky, boy. I already told you that I am the captain, William Kidd, and I have no sons. Are you questioning the word of a captain?
Don't you recognize me? It's me, Willy.
What tone is this? Boy, remember who you're talking to. I'm Kidd.
What happened to you? You're not Kidd. You're Henry. Henry Morgan.
Don't you ever mention that name in my presence. Morgan and Blackbeard are the reason my crew and I are here. If it wasn't for their betrayal, right now we'd be the masters of Tortuga. Instead, Morgan and Blackbeard mutinied, hired their own crew and attacked us. But nobody can take possession of William Kidd's treasure. Remember well these two names, because they're the worst enemies of Kidd's crew. Morgan and Blackbeard. What I wouldn't give to meet you face to face. And now, speak plainly. For what reason are you here?
I sell cookware, mattresses, and bikes.
The quartermaster already stowed our supplies. We don't need anything else.
Isn't this the way to the Rotten Teeth?
I don't believe you're of an age for that club.
Dad, wake up!
I already told you to not call me Dad. My kids are my crew, and you don't seem to be a part of that.
Dad, Captain, I'm the new deckhand you were waiting for.
It's about time. You have permission to board and immediately get to work. The bridge needs a clean sweep. Ask the quartermaster to give you everything you need to make the ship shine. I'm going back to my cabin now. I have to plot the route for our next destination. Tortuga is waiting for us.
What's happening here? How could Dad still be alive? Why doesn't he recognize me? I better get on the galley right now. I have to get my dad back home.
How did he survive for 10 years is more to the point.
The ship is completely
You were
deserted.
plunged into
I guess
darkness?
Dad, or Kidd as he now considers himself, is in his cabin to the stern of the ship. It's a cannon from the 17th century. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't use it. It hasn't got a wick. It's one of the galley's cannons. It's an old cannon. I don't want to shoot a cannon.
Oh, but I do.
It's the door to the captain's cabin. Dad should be in there.
What's happening now? I hope it's something important.
There are rats inside the magazine.
That's the reason you've been brought on, deckhand. Try to earn your daily rations. Anything else?
Someone stole the last barrel of grog.
What? This is really serious. But the quartermaster can take care of it. Anyway, no less than 100 lashes with the cat o' nine tails for the guilty party. Stealing the grog, the nerve. Anything else?
Captain, can you tell me your story?
Is this the reason you embarked?
I hoped to understand how you ended up here, Dad.
I have no time to get angry now. Go back to your duties. You can hear my story from the other members of the crew.
Sorry, Captain. I'll leave you to your business.
Good. Go back to your duties, deckhand.
Better not. The ship is docked on this side. There's a risk that the shot could ricochet and cause damage. It's a relatively new cannon. Probably after the last battle, Kid replaced the cannons that weren't working anymore.
Something really creepy.
According to a chronicle of the period, these wooden mannequins were used to make the crew size appear larger. The fear factor and the number of armed men visible was usually enough to win a battle without even fighting. Somebody carved the name they gave to this mannequin in the wood. Jimbo.
Oh! I got my bleep bloop, but I'm gonna finish. Because I'm very close to the end, I feel. It was getting the coordinates.
I can see the cave in which the ship is docked. It would be better to use the stairs. This old sword could come in handy. Maybe I can learn how to handle it. If I'm not mistaken, near my house they just opened a school. The Swordmaster. That should guarantee success. Yuck. The hilt is all sticky. Time must have corroded the handle's material. It's one of the oldest cannons on the ship. It has probably never been replaced. You can tell by the notches engraved on it. Every notch shows a battle in which it was shot. 8 notches, so 8 battles. An interesting tidbit of information. I guess it's still armed and ready to fire. This cannon is ready to shoot. I should have a valid reason to do that.
Okay, good to know.
Why on earth should I leave? When it was opened, the cannon could shoot. It's locked. If, as I suppose, this is the door to the hold, they have surely reinforced it. I obviously need the key to enter. I could ask the captain if he knows where I can find it. It's not helpful to me like this.
Jimbo the Aw.
It's not helpful to me like this. 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 It's not helpful to me like this.
Fine, whatever. Oh, there's something up here as well. Ah, it's a voodoo doll!
It looks like a voodoo doll. Some prankster guest of Kid must have left it here after his stay. Better not touch it. I wouldn't want its curse to remain active on some descendant of the represented person. It looks like a voodoo doll. Some prankster guest of Kid must have left it here after his stay. Better not
Jimbo
touch
and
it.
the jet sets.
I wouldn't want its curse to remain active on some descendant of the represented person. It doesn't strike me as the best time to start reading treatises on 17th century fashion. These are books on evidently Kid cared about being, or some guest left them during his. An old 3-cornered hat. I think it belonged to some captain, or someone from the upper class anyway. Some well-preserved clothes. Dad is seated at the captain's desk. There's a strange smell coming from the cabin. Don Quixote de la Mancha. It's one of the first editions. Life on the Seas, Rules and Tasks on Board a Ship by William Kidd. It seems Kidd was writing a treatise. Interesting. They look like nautical charts, probably routes of the adventure galley. Dad looks busy. He completely got into the role. I have to find a better use for them. I have to find a better use for them. I have to find a...
Okay, we'll ask him about the hold. I kind of wanted to dress up the mannequin.
What's happening now? I hope it's something important.
I'll need the key to access the hold.
You still aren't an official member of the crew. You must earn this honor. Every new member must get to know the ship and gain the trust of the rest of the crew.
I think I already saw everything and talked with everyone.
Let's see if this is true of you. Answer these 3 simple questions. First, name at least one member of the crew, except the captain, that you met on board.
Jimbo.
Jimbo.
Second question. According to which code have the rules of life on board been drafted?
Life on the Seas.
Life
by
on
Kid?
the Seas by Kid.
Third and last question. How many battles have we faced?
Oh, how
until
many
today?
notches were on the cannon? 8. 8 sounds
8.
reasonable.
Well done. You have the honor of becoming
Yay!
one of Kid's pirates. Among us, there's a pact of mutual friendship and loyalty. You deserve the key to access the hold.
Thanks,
I
Captain.
love how all the keys
I'm
are
honored
slightly
to be part
bent.
of your crew. Sorry, Captain. I'll leave you to your business.
Good. Go back to your duties, deckhand.
Perfect. Wow! The legends were true. This is the result of years of piracy in all the seas of the world. Crates and coffers. They will surely be full of jewels and gold. It probably contains vanilla or cardamom. They were worth a lot of money on the European market. Coffee beans. Kid and his crew knew their value very well. Doubloons and other coins. Surely the bounty from a raid of some ship
I
headed
found
from
a
the Americas to Europe.
treasure.
It's a mask. It doesn't seem to come from the Americas. I think it's the loot plundered from the assault on some ship coming from Europe. The temptation to examine or take some of those coins is strong, but Dad takes precedence over everything. First, I have to take care of him, and then together we'll study the galley and its treasure. Coins and jewels of various kinds. There are also vases with sublime finishes. I'm not interested in taking these coffee beans. I'm already wide awake, especially after finding my dad. It surely contained some spices. They were very precious goods. I don't need it now. They all have to be dated and cataloged, even if I'd like to dive into it, like in the comic books. They will surely be full of doubloons or jewels, but now I have other priorities. This cannon, I should have a valid reason to do that.
What's happening now? I hope it's something important.
Sorry, Captain. I'll leave you to your business.
Good. Go back to your duties, deckhand.
Dad looks busy. Dad is seated at the... There's a strange... I can't take... I can't take... Life on the Seas, Rules and Tasks on by William Kidd. It's... I think they can be used in a more useful way.
How about this random crap? What do you want to do next?
It doesn't strike me. These are books, evidently, or some. It's an amazing. I wonder how. It's an amazing. I wonder how.
I wonder if he's been drinking the water and it's poisoned by mushrooms.
I'd rather not touch them. This species of the Mexican psilocybe. I don't want to go back now.
I know, but I had to try it.
It won't be useful like this. It won't be useful.
I want to dress the pirate up.
That is not its purpose. This old mannequin was used to deceive the enemy. The more mannequins there were, the larger and more dangerous the crew seemed. I could use it to distract my dad and enter his cabin. If I could disguise it as a pirate, I could make it pass for one of Kid's most bitter enemies. If I'm not mistaken, he named Morgan and Blackbeard earlier. I really see it as a Morgan. This gives it an aura of mystery. A classy touch. The hat makes it look more important. They seem the right size. I don't think there was much variety of measurements on a pirate ship. It's starting to look like a member of the crew. Let's try to make it meaner. Discreetly threatening.
Bleep bloop. Old acquaintance. Make Jimbo almost human.
What's happening now? I hope it...
Captain, there's Morgan on the bridge.
Morgan. Damn scoundrel. You finally came back for the final showdown.
It's really you, foul traitor.
What nerve you dare show. By returning to the ship you turned your back on after it welcomed you as a child. Prepare yourself to face my wrath.
While Dad is busy, I can access the captain's cabin.
Your time has come. You'll...
Kid, the sea dragon. The adventure galley was equipped with extraordinary weapons, which is the reason it became legendary. The galley's nautical charts. With these, it'll be possible to reconstruct the history of the ship, follow the routes it traveled, and identify the ships and cities it pillaged. These are the nautical... With these, it would be... I can't do... Dad has placed the logbook to protect the chalice's contents. Since I'm here, I better take them both. The same acrid smell of the mushrooms I saw in the cave emanates from the chalice. This could explain many things. Dad managed to survive all these years on a mixture of water and mushrooms. Even in small quantities, they sustain any organism that feeds on them and provide vital energy. On the other hand, they're also a powerful hallucinogen. Dad's state of shock following his fall from the cliffs, combined with the sight of Kid's ship, made him believe that he was the captain. If he keeps drinking from this chalice, he might never wake up. I have to get rid of this chalice. Professor Jones taught us that a strong adrenaline rush will counteract the mushroom's effect. First the chalice and then the adrenaline. One thing at a time. It's the Adventure Galley's logbook. It's a metal. Dad uses it to...
Okay.
It's time to end the game. Don't show your face again, Morgan.
Look who's back. Henry and his kid, the young Morgan.
How did you manage to get here, Steve?
It wasn't difficult. I was looking for you all over town, and suddenly, what a stroke of luck.
Oh no!
I saw you entering the crypt in the graveyard. I waited for you a long time. Eventually, I decided to enter.
Damn it,
and I
we
saw
led him
Tom.
straight to it.
Henry, I didn't think you were still alive. I am partly relieved. My regret was consuming me. In the end, you were right. Kid's ship was docked here in Bone Town.
How dare you come aboard my ship without permission and offend a member of my crew? Who are you?
Henry, don't you recognize me? It's me.
Dad! Captain! It's Blackbeard. He was also able to get on board.
Blackbeard. Yes, I recognize you now. I see that you and Morgan are still inseparable. You'll end up just like him.
Henry, not again.
You leave me no choice.
I understand, Henry. I'm ready.
Let's see what you can do.
On guard!
Alright. I'm gonna go and fire the cannon because fuck it.
It's not a good idea. The mushroom spores would grow on the ship's coating. This cannon is I should have a... It should work. And now the coup de grace. Fire!
We still have a bunch of stuff that we never sort of like got rid of, which is nice.
I did it! Heck, I didn't see that coming. The racket from the cannon was more devastating than the shell itself. Better go back on deck and alert Dad.
Beep bloop. Destroyer of worlds.
You don't stand a chance this time.
We'll see. I admit it. You defeated me, Henry.
A victory over a man who was once a friend has no value for me.
Captain, I'm sorry to interrupt your duel, but I think we need to go. The cave is collapsing.
Captain, what are you talking about?
The adrenaline caused by the duels with Jimbo and Steve is reducing the effect of the mushrooms. Hurry, let's go. There's not much time.
Not before seeing the treasure. I've never been so close to it, and I have no intention.
You're probably gonna die down here with it.
Steve, not now. There will be other opportunities in the future.
Yes, Steve. The kid's right. Let's run while we still can.
Henry, do you recognize me?
Steve, is that you? Oh, I'm not sure what's happening. It feels like I just woke up from a long dream.
There's no time, Dad. Let's go.
Dad? How come? Who?
You go. I want Kid's treasure. It represents my whole life's work. Henry, just know that I didn't want any of this to happen.
Steve!
Farewell.
Dad, let's go.
Okay, I'll follow.
Run, 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 run. Peel down the chute. A few hours later, you see it took like 30 seconds to get down the chute, but a few hours.
Dad, I finally found you.
Willy, is that really you? How long has it been?
10 years, Dad. 10 very long years.
10 years. So this means you received my letter.
Yes, but why did you only have it delivered after all this time?
I sensed that something was wrong with Steve. I could see it in his behavior. When I realized that the search for Kid's treasure was becoming an obsession, I started to suspect that he could hurt our family. I hid my piece of the map and decided to deal with him. You are a Morgan. You have the spirit of adventure in your blood, but you are only 5.
Oh, he's 15.
I hope that in 10 years...
He's not old enough to have scissors.
I decided that if anything ever happened to me, you, after turning the necessary age, would be ready to pick up from where I left off. So I sent the post-dated letter.
I read Steve's diary. I know you fell off the cliff. How did you survive?
A stroke of luck. I fell right into the sea, and the tide pushed me toward an underwater passage that led directly to the cave. I wanted to find a way to get back to the surface, but I had to recover my strength first. The last thing I remember is some really delightful mushrooms. Then, it's all a blank.
Dad, let's go back home. We have a lot of things to talk about. Plus, we have to find a way to tell Mom without making her faint.
Elizabeth, yes, we should go back.
Ready to leave Bonetown once and for all?
Bonetown is not a bad town. As soon as the legal formalities are arranged, we could think about coming back here. Remember, deep inside the cave is still the Adventure Galley. Who knows how much it can still tell the world about the golden age of piracy.
It's probably going to be a little bit...
When I took the chalice, I also brought the ship's
a
logbook
little bit
with
squished,
me. Here
though.
it is.
The Knights of the Sea, the Knits of the Sea. The end. I smell a sequel. Willy Morgan and the Knits of the Sea. Obtain all achievements. Woot woot. Which means there's also a finish the story. Yep. Imaginary Lab. That was a cool game. I really enjoyed that. Also, that is 100%. Okay, it took me like nearly 4.5 hours, but I'd say that was pretty good. I really enjoyed that. Really, really enjoyed that. And the voice acting and the animation and the story. And there's only a couple of bits where I was like, I'm not quite sure. And then, was like, well, there must be something here. And, that was really good. So that is on Xbox. It's possibly on other platforms. Probably on other platforms. Fairly certain it's on other platforms. They usually are 17 quid, $20, rounding up slightly. Definitely worth it. That was fun. Though obviously you might want to wait unless you don't have a photographic memory. Point and click. That was, I really enjoyed that. So thanks again to Unedited Xbox for the code for streaming.
Hi,
Hello.
I'm Willy. Would you like to take a short tutorial to learn how to handle things in my world?
No, we finished the game. Did you start again?
One of the most precious books in my collection. I can't tell you how many times I've read it. No way. If we start by taking a key at the beginning of the adventure, what will happen next?
Are we at the beginning? We don't have the letter in our inventory.
There's still something missing.
Okay, it seems to have cycled round, but also we don't have the letter.
Let's get hold of some money and transportation for the journey.
Okay, it just seems to have cycled back round. That's a little confusing. But that was really cool. I really enjoyed that. That was very well put together. I did not manage to break it, which is always good with the game. So yeah. Thank you, let me see, Mr. Corners for the resub, Jesse for the raid, everyone else for, being here and for the help. Yeah, it's a really cool game. Let me have a quick sneak peek at the official sites because it'll say what it's on. It is on Switch, PC, PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. You can buy it on Steam if you are so inclined. Published by Leonardo Interactive, developed by Imaginary Lab. The games. No, but I'm looking forward to seeing if they do. That was really, really cool. Really enjoyed that. Really enjoyed that. So yeah, that was Willy Morgan and the Curse of Bone Town. See, it's currently $7.74 on Steam because there's a sale on right now, I seem to think. So yeah, I'm not streaming this weekend. I'll be back next Tuesday with something. Don't know, haven't planned. We'll have a think. Yeah. So, yeah, night all. I've been Joe, otherwise known as Angel SK. And yeah, I bid you good night.